Yep. Stinky.
Godro bongo godro pet pet godro bongo godro pet pet godro bongo godro pet pet godro bongo godro pet pet.
Pet? Oh, I want pets. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. I'm here. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Hi, Brian. Hi, Lex. Hi, Shredder. Hi, Magpie. I was looking at the comments. Wait. Like the demo way back in the day. Things to be told what to do. Also, experimentation was never my strong suit. I'm sure I didn't see nearly everything the game has to offer. I don't know how big the game is gonna be though, to be honest. I only seen like some video of this game, but not really like full playthrough of it. I'm sure there's a lot of full playthrough of the game out there, but I'm trying to avoid as much of this game as possible because I know for sure that I'm gonna try this game out someday, and today is the day. So yeah. The huge bappers, you want those? You want these? Have you played other Source games besides Counter-Strike? I'm not too sure. Probably no. I think Counter-Strike is the only Source game that I play. Probably. Dig. Oh, it's a Source game? Wow. So, Stanley Parable is a Source game. It's kind of old too, right? Hi, Glitch. It's been a long time. Hello. How you doing? Welcome in. I hope you are having a wonderful holidays and stuff. I'm back. The dirty stream streak, ayo. Nice. Hi, Cheesecake. Welcome. I gotta get you Half-Life one of these days and Left 4 Dead 2. Oh yeah, I played Left 4 Dead 2. I played Left 4 Dead 2 a lot. So that's not the Source game that I played. Jeez, please. I need a knife emote. I'm putting that into my list of emote that I will probably never finish any day. Here, let me add this one. A knife emote. A knife. Save. There we go. Pet the Kobo, I'll take it. Help? What? Nice model. Thanks. I've been using this model for almost a year now. I'm so happy with how this turned out. We're gonna get taken on some level that 2 one day. Yes, there's kobolds? There's kobolds. I need it. You super ultra cutie sweet bean that deserve all the huggies. Your Cheesecake is also the super ultra cutie sweet bean that deserve all the huggies as well. I need to hug cheesecake. I hope you're doing good. I'm sure they are. You might even be able to upload your own model, but I don't know how difficult that is. Yeah, I never tried it, but if I look into it, I'm sure I can do it. If they have a Waluigi model, I'm sure Kobo's are out of the question. I mean, it's a game that's out for decades. There should be mods of kobolds. Hi, Narix. I'm gonna watch Oh, yeah. I'm gonna watch Kuma trailer. Narix mentioned that there's a iconic Mishima move for Bear now. There's no fucking way they gave Bear... I'm calling it. It's gonna be electric. But there's no fucking way though. They gave Bear electric. You know how huge the bear hand is? The electric is gonna be dumb fuck busted. Kuma, yeah, I know, right? That's why I have Tekken 8 music here. Look at that. Tekken 8 music, baby. I forgot to shrink myself. Tekken 8 music. That's Kuma. Kuma equals bear. Yeah, Kuma is a bear. That's Kuma. But this is the Kuma review trailer. We're gonna watch this together. I'm calling it. Narix mentioned iconic Mishima. There's no way. But only one way to find out, I guess. Bear electrics? Bear electrics? Let's go. Kuma will be my wife's favorite character. She likes bears. Kuma in this game is very adorable. Highly recommend. Yes.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, we've seen how Kuma looks like. Master of Salmon. Oh, sorry, I'm not pausing. Yeah, look at that.
New challenger.
Kuma is cool. Kuma is cool. Throw that fish. Yeah, throw that fish. Alright, the same Kuma stuff. Yo! Hell Shape doesn't launch now? Okay. Alright, Hunter stance. Okay. That's a nice punish. Still gotta say. Ooh! Oh, damn! Okay. Whoa, that's viable now. 1+2? What the fuck? Huh? Please? Oh no. Panda? That's cool. That's cute as fuck though. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's cool. Oh, 1+2 is a heat smash. Fuck no. Fuck no. It's real. It's fucking real. Oh shit. I can you marry at last. Oh my god, Kuma, I love you. Yeah, I'm a Kuma main now. I'm a changed woman. I'm a Kuma main now. They gave electric to bears. What in the fuck? Fuck. 1+2 engage. Fucking the range, dude, the range. Stupid range, dude. Oh, 411 screw? Oh my god. Oh, Hunter stance down 1+2 is now a heat engager. Okay. Some move nerfed. Some move got nerfed, but some move got dumb fuck insane. Did you miss me? I mean, it has been a long while since I last seen you. Yeah. Just kept making less sense the more high risk it goes on. I like his jacket. That's Heihashi's jacket. I like it too. It's great. Alright, I need a deep ass analysis of this shit. Okay. We can listen to this. This is gonna play at 0.5. Muted. I need a deep analysis of this shit. Kuma looks so adorable though. Kuma just misses Heihachi. Kuma wants Heihachi back. Come on, give us Heihachi back. God damn it, Bandai Namco, what are you doing? Kuma wants Heihachi back. I want Heihachi back. Kuma also just want to get married, and then Panda just like, no, fuck you. I'm going to bed, but had to come say hi. Oh, Tikaka. It's been a while. Oh my god. Hello. I do hope you have a good sleep though. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, all the yips. All the yips. Where's my head? Oh yeah, it senses here. That's pretty far away. Oh, thanks, Brian. Yep. Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep. More yip. I hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Your blue sky is super safe. There's no need to just. There's no. Yep. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Hi, Jade.
Yep.
I know my blue sky is not super safe. I'm not plugging it though. It's 6:30 a.m. I just. Oh god. Yes. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, Tikaka. Get sleep. I just found the right schedule to catch more streams. Yeah, time zones are tough. Alright, let's analyze this shit. Alright, Kuma, show me something. Show me something cool. This intro is banger for Kuma. What the fuck? It's so good. Damn, Kuma number one. Dude, I cannot wait to play Tekken 8 now. Fuck, it's in less than a month. Yes, I shall sleep. Good night and have a nice dream. Thank you, Tikaka. I hope you have a wonderful sleep too. Thanks for stopping by. What? Kuma? I can't bet. I will. You know what? Hi, Diehard Dwarf. The puns. Kuma looks so cool. I'm gonna cry. I'm a Kuma main now. I'm a changed woman. Still got the classic Tekken 7 intro. Let's go. Throw that fish to the camera. Nice. Okay, still got the jump sit into mix. Too low. Plus as fuck. That's a new one. Wassailing 1 charge 2. That's a new one. Wassailing 1-2 is mega plus. But it's interruptible. But this one just looks very scary now. You see a duck in Kuma, you better block this shit. Oh my god. Didn't have a move where he just sits. It's down 3+4, I believe. That jumping sit is a up forward 3+4, I believe. Where to bear shop? The mall. Thanks. Okay. God damn it. Kuma will give them a grizzly face. Viable Kuma? Kuma looks viable. Kuma actually looks viable now. Look at that. Plus frames. This one looks like a new down for 1 string. It used to be only like down for 1-2 1-2. If it's a counter hit, it launches. But now it looks like something new. So after this, Down for 1. Counter hit. Down for 1, counter hit. Looks like a mid 2. And then 1+2. So it's the mid string. Looks like a mid string. Okay. Looks like it's a natural. No, it looks like it's a counter hit guaranteed string too. But I may be wrong. Kuma has got to be a mannequin. Only plays right to bear arms. Oh my god. Okay, so this is a nerf for Kuma though. Down back 4 no longer launches, but it's okay. Looks mega cluster. I mean, I rarely use down foot 4. Only on some rare occasions. Usually bear low is just down back 2. Why does he have Heihachi's jacket? Because Kuma is Heihachi's pet. Kuma is Heihachi's pet. And when Kuma heard of Heihachi's death, Kuma just like took Heihachi's old jacket and headband, just like in search for Heihachi. Don't panic, Kuma has no clothes for I'm gonna cry, there's so many puns for bears. Okay, another one. Oh, you can cancel it to Hunter stance, oh my god. So I believe after that you input 3+4 into Hunter stance and it's just like for 1+2 throw. Duckable, always. Punish, down for 2-1. Forward 1+2. Forward 1+2, forward 1+2. Looks like a new one. Down back 1+2. Close go forward 1-2. Okay. Back forward 2. Back 3+4. Back 2-1. 1+2. Okay. I still recognize all the moves. Good, good. Although that 1+2 is Heihachi's move though. And then this little special intro. Oh, there's so many special intro in this game. God. Tekena is so gonna pop off. No, just frame denial though. That's sad. Yeah, down back 2. Look at that. Down back 2 into Hunter stance, 1+2. Heat bound. Okay. Did this scared me a little bit? This scared me. Hey, this is the first. No, this is the second sign of Heihachi's move. Kuma actually has Heihachi's back 1-2. No, a 1 back 2-1 string. Look at this shit. Oh my god, it screws too. What the fuck? That looks so good. So that looks like back 2. Looks like back 2-2-1. Looks like a back 2-2-1. Down to 1+2, alright. The ass. Demon uppercut. Punish. Down back 1+2. Heat smash. Cool. 2-1-2. 1+2 punish. Engage. The fucking electric. Okay. Whoa. Dude, this scene is gonna pop off so hard. Kuma looks like he's charging a little bit. Maybe it's just a bit of a misinput. So here's my prediction for electric. Or bear electrics, if you will. Looks like it's only accessible in heat mode. It looks like it's not an enhanced move. It doesn't look like it's going shine each time he does electric. Maybe it's accessible in heat only, or they just do it in heat only. And I hope it's gonna behave like a normal electric, so that I can spam it. You know how much I love electrics. That effect on electric though? Shit, look at that. Fuck, and the shine here. They know what they're doing. I will forever be a Kuma main now. And oh yeah, also this one looks very plus. So usually when people block an electric, it's +5. Alright, Kuma is +5. But I don't know, this one looks very plus as well. Dumb fuck range as well, because Bear has big hands. 4-1-1 screw. While running 1+2. That looks like a new string. That is a new string. Looks like down back 1 into charge 2. Okay, hunting stats down 1+2 is now a hit engage. That looks like a new move as well. What the fuck? Wasteling 1 used to be screw, but this one looks different. Back to 1. No, wait. Did I skip it? Oops, sorry. This one. Yeah, it looks like a new charge move plus as fuck into hunting stance. Engage. Wasteling 1? 1. No, 1, 2. Wasteling 1, 2? Maybe it's not a charge version of 1, 2. And then down for 1+2. Counter hit launches into heat into Rayjar. Cool. Rayjar is a baseball salmon, I love it. And then the salmon just turns into a fucking missile. That's very unexpected. Ooh. Cool. Kuma is perfect. Kuma is perfect. God, I cannot wait to play as Kuma. Which game did the fish get introduced? The first time I heard of fish is in... I heard of Kuma actually using fish as a move. I believe it's Tekken Tag Tournament 2. I believe. Like, Kuma actually uses only one move though. Like, Kuma uses Salmon as like a move to hit. And then eventually in Tekken 7, Rayjar uses Salmon, and Kuma has like a character exclusive item to put on a Salmon. And now Tekken 8 has a little bit more Salmon move, it looks like. Yeah, a lot of heat thing includes in Salmon move, so I'm very glad. You know, he deserves to have the Master of Salmon title. God, Kuma is so fucking adorable, I'm gonna cry. Can January 24th come sooner so that I can play Tekken 8? But I also don't want to go to the year 2023A though. Hey, get it? 2023A. I want to play this game. I want to play it now. Alright, let's go. One last time. Full speed, unmuted. One last look. Not pausing. One last look.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger. Kuma.
Damn, Kuma. I love you, Kuma. I love you, Kuma. I can make you again. You're viable. Everything is so plus. You're so viable, Kuma. Let's go. Oh, what a punish. That's a cool ass filler. It's so cute. That's a very cute heat smash. Looking at Bear running is the scariest thing ever. Biped Bear running in. It's so scary. Yeah, it looks like a non-charged version. It's just a biped bear running towards you, wanting to beat the shit out of you. Oh, have you guys seen the beans though? Damn, look at the beans. That's a were beans. It looks really cute though. Oh my god. 2023A, I know, right? I'm Chinese. I can use these. I can use these because I'm Chinese, huh? Big ol' beans. God, Kobo is a really boopable schnoot though. Oh, sorry, I'm just gushing now. I'm gushing over Kuma. I want Kuma. I want Kuma now. Two minutes. 2 minutes is all I need to look at Kuma right now. Two minutes. That's two, right? Yeah, that's 2 minutes. I love Kuma. Yeah, I mean, there's Reina. There's also Reina and Reina. But after looking at this, I'm not even gonna play Reina day one. I'm a day one Kuma main. I'm a day one Kuma main. Let's go. Kobo is gonna play as Kuma. Alright, 200% Kuma. But yeah, I think Kuma is gonna be perfect in Tekken 8, alright? Definitely no bias, right? Definitely no bias. And I'm gonna go play some Stanley Parable. I only seen snippets of this game, to be honest. Like, only a little bit of like, there's gonna be a lot of narrator talking, talking directly to me, I think, or to the character I'm playing. I don't know. That's all I know. A lot of talking, and I need to listen, which is definitely not my strongest suit. I don't listen. I'm a Kobo. You tell Kobo what to do, you're gonna get bite in the ankles. Alright, let's play. I want to bite someone on the ankle sometimes. Just Kobo intrusive thoughts. Kobo intrusive thoughts. I just want to bite ankles. Oh, there it is. Developed by Crows. Davey Worden. Please choose a screen as subtitle language. English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No, this is my first time playing it. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I'm gonna put it as slightly more than this. There, okay. The current time is 12:50 p.m. 12:51. No. Okay, just do this. Yeah, it's 12:51 on my computer. 12:50, almost 51. Nah, I'll put it as 51 because like it's been 50 for a few seconds now. 12:51 p.m. Note, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Oh, there it is. That's the gum. I think the game is not as intensive, right? If at any point my game is like lagging like crazy, I'll just change the graphics settings afterwards. Audio looks fine. I do want the narrator to be louder than usual. I'll put the rest at 80%. Ayo. I heard this music before. It's from this game. Okay, so that should be good. Can I change the language? Set the language all on-screen text. I thought it's just like I can change the narrator's language. Oh, hi DT. Hello. Welcome in. Subtitle size, can I make it like huge? I'll make it large. Content warning. Skip sections of the game that deal with suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. Oh god, really? The game goes that deep? Oh my god. Oh jeez. That's my reaction. Well, just be warned that there's gonna be some heavy topics in this game then. I think for some games it's easier to translate than others. A game like this is very hard to translate the narrator's acting. Yeah, definitely. Alright, begin the game. The end is never the end. Oh shit, that mindfuck. Wait, the end is never the end is never the end. Oh, it's endless. I'm already getting mindfucked.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a
That sounds
keyboard.
boring.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee
Oh my God.
427 did every day of every month of every year. And
Press the
although
buttons in
others might have
milliseconds.
considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, as long as Stanley is happy, I guess that's fine.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh,
Something
shit.
he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh shit.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
It's
Something was very clearly wrong.
an off day.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
It's on holiday. What do you mean? Am I playing? Oh, okay, I'm playing. What? Okay, yeah. General? Okay, there it is. 2. Oh my god. 1. Okay, that's good enough. Isn't it a holiday? That's why there's no people there. Speedy Speed Kobo? Yeah. Hi, Crypt.
No.
Ow. Oh, hey, that's my tail. Hi, Carnine. Grimace. Grimace. I want a headpad. No. Oh, the headpad is wrong. God damn it. Oh, everything is wrong. Whoop. The pit. There we go. Now everything is right. Okay. I step out the room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
I was
Now
just trying
suppose
to...
you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
You want me to clear a door? I just trying doors. Why are you being so patronizing for? 5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright, 50 clicks it is. 10、20、30、40。
No, I'm still not feeling it.
Of course.
I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Alright, you want
I want to
hustle?
see
You want hustle?
commitment, a willingness to go
Okay.
all the way, no matter what the cost.
Alright,
Why
Kobo,
don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Oh shit. Where's 417? Where's 417? Oh shit, I have to find the door. Are you 417? No. 425. 4. Oh.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Where's 437? There's 41. Oh, the number goes smaller as the further I go, I think. Yeah. See, it's 420, baby. Let's go. That's a secret? How is that a secret? I'm just trying doors, and then the narrator just being like, "Oh, you want to try all the doors? You think I'm gonna give you achievement?" I'm just trying the door. What do you mean? I'm just trying the door.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
You got it, narrator. You got it, boss. I'm going. Kobo got this. Kobo is gonna click the door so good, you're gonna be so surprised.
Now, back to door number 437.
Alright. You got this. 4 something, number 7. I remember that door being here.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Fuck, what's a copy machine? What the hell is it? Is it a fax? Is coffee machine fax? Are you the cop?
All right,
Okay.
back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Ooh, we are getting somewhere, narrator. We're getting somewhere. 417.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419. Oh shit, I can... Oh,
Yes! This is great!
Oh,
You're
this is
putting it
great.
all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. Okay, I cannot jump. I just realized. You can't jump with the... What? Fuck, I cannot jump.
We've almost got it!
Oh,
Now the
oh.
copy machine, do that one again!
Yes, I'm going. Copy machine. Okay, I know what that is. It's printer.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did it.
We did it!
We did
Oh,
it.
wow. That felt amazing.
Oh.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes,
Hell
I'm very
yeah.
proud of how far we've come today.
I'm very
Just
proud
think,
too.
Only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I didn't even try to find achievements. I'm just trying the doors as like if they open or not. What do you mean? I'm just trying if the doors open as like normal people would, and they just patronize me. It's like, oh, you think you're gonna get achievement just by measly 5 clicks? You little shit. You gotta click more things. It's like, no, I'm just trying doors. So all doors are locked, I assume then? The jump is correct for a secret? Huh. You really can open any doors, huh? Oh. When does this play on the Jumbo? Car 9, don't spoil Car 9. I'm first time playing it. I cannot jump. But don't. Okay, what do I do in this game? Oh shit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? It's my bad too. Here, let me pin the message. Kobo first time playing. No spoilers. Please and thank. Please and thank you. I think I can pin messages, right? No spoilers. Oh, what if I add bracing to it too? Nah, no spoilers is good enough. So if I send this message, pin, I found it. I'm the best. Manually unpin or end of stream. There we go. No spoilers the tag to add to. Ooh, that's good. I should have really done that beforehand, huh? You know what? It's part of my fault. Don't worry. I think I can add tags here. Oh, which one? Yeah. I'll sacrifice Dragon and Scaly for now. No spoilers, please. No spoilers. And no backseat gaming. I mean, that was already stated on the rule, so I don't think I can add Scaly back. I'll add Scaly. Done. No spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. What did the narrator say again? Is there any log? There's no. I don't. Oh shit! The door is locked. Can I go back? True, I was saying more secrets. You get more being in the game. Then thank you. Door on the left that said. Okay, door on the left that said, huh? Do I want to listen to narrator? I mean, I was listening to narrator and I got an achievement. Maybe narrator is nice. You know, maybe narrator is nice. I'll listen to narrator. I got an achievement just by following what he says. Left it is. Fuck. No, wait. Why is it so silent? Shit. Am I playing a horror game? Also, where the fuck am I? Am I in heaven? Outside is just pure white. Oh, I'm scared.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Boss office? Okay. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. What? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure each slide has a slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure everyone is unique. You, most of all. Thanks. That's pretty good, I think. Everyone is unique. Let's go. Numbers of slides on this slide. Charts and slides. Yeah, sure. Charts and slides, just only this, and then slides and charts. I love it. Rate them which charts can on the same slide depicts the same information. Charts, numbers, ratios? Rate of increase in graph per slide. Please, no more what? The boss appreciation minute. Boss appreciation minute. Watch circle the top 10 things you love from boss. If you have a triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. That was kind of scary. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're kind of person, what the fuck? A plant life, spring break, less air, pollution, metamorphosis. Oh no, let's go. Tip for not getting fired: talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectations of promotional recognition. Don't get fired. That helps. Okay, I think let it ball inside you. Take it and take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you anymore. What the fuck? Can I get the stop? Can I get the creepy slide again? I'm gonna watch this for a little bit. I want to get the creepy slides again. This is a horror game. This is a horror game. Is that me? I mean, no, I'm the white coat. I'm playing as the white coat character. Mitosis? What's a mitosis? Slight chart a ratio. Sleep. That's sleep. Does it sleep? Can't see shit. Oh. Oh, creepy. I like that. Where is the... Oh, it's up there. Can I like destroy it? I cannot jump. I want to destroy the projector. So I can sort of climb on some things. Look, it's a copy machine. Synthesize core value expenditures. Shift global market parade. Monetize free to play? Monetize free to play? Oh, that's sad. Oh, hey. Hey, I'll be a good cemeterian. I think it's cell reproduction or something. Room closet. Hi.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
But there's a broom here. Okay. Is that broom? Okay, there really is
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Why are you
no reason to still be here.
No, if you say this, you are challenging me, narrator. No.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Going upstairs. Hello. Hi, Nexus. Yo. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Rich or crime, huh? Extreme bathroom. Can I... What? Oh, right click is auto walk. Wash your hands regularly, guys. Hope you're doing good, Nexus. These chairs looks mighty uncomfortable being here. Especially the middle one. It's gonna be so hot. With the amount of sun shining on your back. I mean, that's good vitamin D, but still. I'm gonna click on everything.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I don't like the...
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Ayo.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh, shit. I'm Stanley. I don't know what the extra secret boss behind the desk keypad thing password is. Oh, woe is me. What am I supposed to do then? God, I don't know that thing.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, Trying to input anything on the device was useless,
Yeah.
since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
God, I'm Stanley. I don't know the password. I need to find it. It has to be here somewhere. It has to be here somewhere.
2845.
3333. Oh, 3333. Try all the numbers from 000 to 9. So that's gonna take 10 years. Hi, Exen. Welcome, welcome.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened
shit.
all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, you don't have to be that way, narrator. I don't know the password. What do you want me to do? It would take 10 years. Just 15 hours. $30 stream streak? Let's go. That's a lot. 30? I streamed that much. That's like that's a month. I hope you are doing good though. Welcome. It's kinda scary though. Why is this game scary? Dirty stream, I am jelly.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Hey,
Why
you?
did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Am I being controlled? Am I being mind fucked? Oh.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
Silly
Why
you.
did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I cannot wait to find out too. What's up? Oh. Yeah, what's up here, narrator? Tell me. Alright, I'm here. I am missing something. I need to find it. It's mega dark here. Wait, what? Am I stuck? Is this the first time playing this game? Yes. My very first time. Keypad?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yeah.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
Okay,
I'm
narrator.
bullshit to the edge of my seat.
I know, right? It's not 420, it's not 6969. How about the very... 3333? I tried 3333. Oh shit, that's gonna... Am I playing Faith now? 6666 8008135 0451. What's the password the narrator told me again? 4381? No? I don't remember. Did you try 3621? 3621 2845? No? It allows me to get back. Is this some sort of a secret I'm missing? There's gotta be secret. I feel like this game's littered with secrets. Try going down and coming back up. Can I open up this door? Sometimes this game requires repetition. Maybe. Alright, going down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
God, narrator, you don't have to do that. Oh, it skipped that one. Thank you.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
No. Kobo was scared. AJ allows me to do this.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No.
No.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there.
I know,
Is it
right?
the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense
Shit.
is killing me.
It has to be the boss's office. Oh my god. God, I'm so hyped. It's gonna be boss's office? Ooh. Can't believe it. Yo, is it gonna be boss's office? Oh my god, it is the boss's office!
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Oh, fuck, come back, narrator, come back! Yeah, I need you to play the game! This is perfect, this game is fucking perfect. Oh.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Take... Fuck you, narrator. Take your time, Oh my god, this is peak comedy. Oh, the music is such a banger, though. Oh.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it.
Okay.
I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Right.
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Oh, hell yeah. I got this. It is the boss's office with a bunch of books and shit. Oh my god. Certificate of I can't see. I cannot zoom in. I'm trying to not spoil the things because this game deserves not to be spoiled. Yeah. I've been actively trying to avoid any kind of spoiler for this game for the longest time, and I saw this game is on sale. I finally bought it, and now I can experience it blind. I'm so glad. Like, I've seen so many videos of this game. It's like, no, don't watch it. I know for a fact that one day I'm gonna play this game, and it's so worth it. No piano noises, really. This game is neat. This game is super, super good. I only played for like 20 minutes. I'm already enjoying myself. Alright, I guess we're going back down. It is truly a revelation, narrator. My disciple, narrator, that was rather... You know, I cannot speak like that.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator.
You got
How
it.
did I not anticipate it?
I know,
mean,
right?
Sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had
Damn.
no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
You're gonna understand, narrator. You're gonna anticipate the unexpected. I like that. Oh shit, it's a yellow box. I have to go back up. Oh shit, it's a yellow box. I have to go back up. Narrator is done. Narrator is so done. I've seen so many vids and know all the secrets, and will be doing my hardest to be silent and not spoil anything ever.
You know what?
Just know I'll be
I
screaming at
just
my
thought of
mother.
something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Yeah.
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
I know.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of the elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yeah.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Yes, you got
There
it,
we go.
narrator.
Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley,
the suspense
it
is
seems
killing
like
me.
nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years.
Hell yeah.
And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you.
Oh,
so
shit.
that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them.
Oh, God.
This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Whoa, I'm going to a conference. I'm going to a press conference. Get me down. I don't want to go there. There's going to be a lot of people. Oh, fuck.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Stanley? All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. Narrator, get me down. I'm not for public. I'm not good with public eyes. Get me down. You're gonna kill me. Way back. Narrator, give me a Kobo shout out. I'm the beast. I'm the best. Dude, look at all the posters. God damn. World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. Of course, it's gonna be a woman eating his salad. Hi, Rocket. How we did it? The pyramids. I don't want to know. Live. The guy who went to Mars live? God damn. I won't be missing out on this. I don't want to miss out on that. An evening with War Peace Baby. Ayo? Stage door?
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
The Stanley's Parable Stanley, tonight live on stage. Stanley, tonight live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the... What? God, is my eyes that bad? Okay, I don't read it. There's no zoom in button. Well, I guess I'm going to have a press conference. Oh boy. A human with world's first sentient machine. Don't think it can talk. Turn the field of view down so we can see. Oh, okay. Field of view down. Oh, you're right. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Oh, that's how you do it. It's like a zoom, but manual. I want to put it in like 69, sorry. I think around 60 should be fine. Right? Yeah, this is not too close, too far, whatever. This is good enough. I like this. The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new... This is bad magazine design. I can't even read the last word. Alright, here I go. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Brickleg champ. Oh my god, that's me. I'm 427. That's I'm him. Oh my god. Hey Evie. I'm him. I'm 427. I'm going in. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. 427 is infinitely funnier than 420, not gonna lie. 427 wins in this one. Shit, alright, here I go. Yo, god damn! I'm actually getting stage fright. I'm actually getting stage fright, oh my god. Yo, I'm Stanley! Hi, I'm Huh? What? Huh? No, my life! I was supposed to do it! Oh, that's an ending? I became a fucking celebrity by going up and down. Damn, Stanley Slay King. I hate Mondays. Same. Mondays suck. Okay,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How to grow a Twitch channel. Take an elevator repeatedly up and down to the boss's office and then you become a celebrity. Hi Breen. Hello. The Sneak, how you doing?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I go to the right this time? I realize why I have the most messages saying this shit this year. It's just gasping. It's all good. See the chat box there? It's not showing. They don't know. I want to go to the right. But you didn't finish listening to the narrator? You made your own... Oh shit, you're right. Okay, let's fully listen to the narrator this time. Left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud. To nobody.
What could it?
He began
What could
wildly
it
tearing through
mean?
papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Ooh.
What could its purpose be?
What is this?
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
it is 2845.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Hey, Breed, I know that number. I'm immature.
Stanley just sat
immature.
around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh shit, I think the number is 2845. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna guess it's 2845, but I don't know this.
Yet incredibly, by
Oh my
simply pushing
God.
random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Let's go.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
But now I cannot click this keypad now. Five 8008 I only know 8008 is like Booba. I think that's all I know. Oh, you're right. When we play outside now, it's like, hello, boobs. S-E. If I... Oh, boobies! You're right. Okay, let's listen to the narrator.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
Oh,
that
God.
read Mind Control Facility.
Oh. It's written in red. It means that they're serious. Because it's written in red. And I'm watching your model's mouth move as you figure it out. It's true, it's true. Shit, so I was right. Stanley was being mind controlled. There's no way someone would like to do that over and over again, pressing buttons in milliseconds. Fuck. I still don't like that. Can you not like close the door behind me? It's so scary.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Those TVs are off. Oh my god, it hurts my soul. Fuck. What do you mean though? Put it. Oh my god, that hurts. Fuck me. I don't like that. More button.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature
Oh,
revealed.
fired.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
427. I'm this one. Oh my god, that's where Stanley works. Shit. That is actually very cool. But also very spooky. This is violation of privacy, though. What is this? Human up?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Looks
Was this
like
the
it.
only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Reach, narrator.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Pirate?
His own life in someone else's
Pirate?
control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Damn.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh, it's offline now. So all the people just went out. That's good, right? Why is there a 5 button here? Oh. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yeah? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's buttons. So good. I like pressing buttons. It's an office where people just work.
Boo doo. Boo doo doo doo. Boo doo doo.
Where people just work, so it was probably buried down in your contract. The scary thing is, so long as it's stated in your contract you sign as an employee, this is legal. Yeah, the legalities and everything just makes everything so much scarier. Which is also why, when you're signing a very important contract, it's best that you read all of them very carefully. Don't just think like me. Don't just be like terms and services when I play games. Like, read them. It's very important. It's there for a reason. It's a contract for a reason. Mind controls idle awaiting input. Can I destroy it?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
System power off then, right? Because on means that I'll be controlled once more. So I need to off this. Oh shit. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh god. The fuck? Nope.
Blackness.
Oh.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Keep
Yes.
Oh.
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Yeah.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For
Yeah.
it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
Oh, am I
Perhaps
going
his
out?
goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Yeah.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Did I go back? No, it's stuck. I guess I'm going out. I don't know how this works, but we're gonna go kill some slime, level up, and become a bonk. I'm playing Dragon's Dogma now.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Nice. So narrator is good all along. Beat the game, complete the Stanley Parable. I did it. But the end is never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end. The end is never the end, it's never the end. That is a huge mindfuck. Stanley was happy. I can interact with doors, right? What if I just close the... Oh, shit.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that.
Oh.
No.
No, let me
This
out.
couldn't go any way except badly.
Oh,
The
shit.
thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
Yeah.
In here I can be happy forever.
Yeah.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh. What? Oh my god, that's an ending? Here it comes, and it just cuts to black. Oh, the power is so powerful. Here it comes, and it just like cut to black. Damn, that's powerful. You love the endings? And so far, the endings has been amazing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, let's...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's just defy the narrator, because it looks like the narrator is being nice to me, and then, I mean, got me to the ending, a good ending. Stanley was happy. Here it comes. not like that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It comes. It's Salazar. Oh my god. I want Salazar. That looks scary. Oh.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I get some drinks? Can I get some...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
I know, right?
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Really worth it. But I just really want some drinks, though. Can I really not get it? Good paintings? You know,
At
I
this
should
point,
really admire
Stanley's
it.
obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Hey, don't put it like that, narrator, alright? I always love, like, dew on leaves like that. It's good.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What message? Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here waiting for more dialogue then. I want the drinks. Same. I like drinks. Things are neat. Oh,
this kid. I don't know why that scared me so much. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, yep. Oh god. High numbers. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Yep. You get a yip. Everyone get a yip. Is there no dialogue? Oh. I can climb the table? I scared the cutie ball. Oh, I'm scared. No, you better you better yeah. There are many yips like it, but this is mine. You can get your own personal yip. Yip. You must know hack the kobold. Is there really no more dialogue? Have you seen the achievements for this game? No. I prefer not to look at it, I think. Like, whenever I want to play a game on first time, I will avoid looking at any achievements possible. Because I feel like achievements sometimes can spoil something. Only sometimes, though. Only sometimes. Does the boat need some cuddles? Yeah. I feel they're hilarious. They are funny. Okay. I'll look at them afterwards.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Yep. Yep. Yep, let me in, yep. Let me yep. Let me yep. First open door on my left. Let me yep. Uh-oh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm a Kobo. You cannot tell a Kobo what to do. Yep. Kobo will bite your ankles. No.
Yep. Yep. I'll bite your ankles. Do not jump for the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift. Penalty for jumping off the what? I'm dead. I'm still all 5,000. Oh.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her? Is her me? Of course, they're gonna kill you off the ground. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I cannot argue with that.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's her? Oh shit, 5 streak? Yeah! I got looked at by a cute snake 5 times in a row. I'm gonna cry. Oh, what if her is Salazar though? Oh, let's go. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh god, I hate it. Oh, you do. Uh-huh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I will not listen to narrator. Is there anything else I can do? Let me out! I'm not gonna pick it up. I'm not gonna pick it up. I'm not cute, just a small noodle and cute. Oh, can I like cut off this thing? Why are you powered by a fucking... No, that's not how telephone work. Is it? Oh, I can duck. Teabag.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
That's not...
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
Yeah.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
Uh-huh.
How had I not noticed it sooner?
Yeah.
You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh shit, breaking the fourth wall, let's go.
I can't believe I was so mistaken.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to
Yeah.
think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
No.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
No, not the tutorial. Oh fuck.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Thanks for the
But
foul
if used
spirit for us.
incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness, it's already
Excellent.
4.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy
Yo,
decision-making
crocodile,
process.
hug.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test
Oh my
and
goodness.
reinforce the
Is it
material
4:30?
covered in
I'm
this
supposed to
video.
go to back, sack, and crack.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, you did
You
something
may have
different.
noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Danger everywhere. Exit. A bunch of Am I forklift certified? Also, hi cauliflower. Already forgot how to read. Mood. Same. Me. Crocodile kiss. Alright, off we go. Alright, now that I've been properly educated, I'm a properly educated kobold. Alright, fear not. I am philosophically known to be a very good decision-making What was that again? Hi, Daydreamer. Welcome. Okay, am I going back? Wait,
Now
this
that we know
wasn't here
your
before.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine
Was I
the main
supposed to do
character
that?
dying senselessly halfway through the story.
I
That
could-
story
I
would
could-
make
I could
no
have done
sense
that.
at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Alright, okay. That was a choice you could have done. Oh my god, the game. Need a card. Don't forget. Ooh, hey, thanks for opening up the door for me. Caution, do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Don't lie. Stop. Okay? Don't. If you are lying, don't. It's bad for your health. Okay. That's a nice picture.
All almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Yeah. I am not liar. Stop. Stop. You violated the law. Here, right?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite
Right.
sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
I'll
All
be
right.
fine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right. This is left in my book.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh,
Quickly,
shit.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
No, let me in. Let me in. Oh my god, what is this? Nah, I think this is the right door. I don't know. Oh my god. Wait, I'm climbing! Yo, that's an optical illusion shelf right there. That's a nice looking chair. Okay, fine. I guess there's nothing else to do here, huh? Optical illusion. Okay. What, can I really not just... Do I have to follow narrator? I did say I want to commit to not listening to a narrator. There has to be something I need to do there. Oh, that's a nice painting, I just realized. Maybe I already did it. Maybe I already initiated the wrong choice. Okay, fine. Guess I'm going... Juked. Juked. Fine. Psych. Going here now. No? Fuck. Oh, I know that you beat me. Whoa.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
No, don't.
I have to.
Don't. No, don't. Don't. Don't.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
You did.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
I'm a kobold.
Oh,
I'm a kobold.
my story.
I'm kind of a child.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What? Oh.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly.
You're forcing me to do it
now.
now?
Story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. No. He gave up. He gave up. He gave up. I win. I'm the kobold. You ain't got this. You ain't got this. You ain't got the sauce. I'm goated with the sauce.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
What? What?
Behave exactly
Oh
as
shit.
Stanley would.
Oh.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I did something just now. There's something here, come on. There's something here. Come on.
No! Why did you do that?
What?
Quickly, hurry back.
So
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure
I
you'll
jumped
be
up
up
to
to
the
the
trigger.
task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
infinite
All right.
reset loop, I believe. God
When
damn it.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So I'm being forced to do the right thing. You can just force a kobold to do the right thing. I got this, so there's something I can do here. Let me in. 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 No! No! Oh, fuck! Let me out! Oh, fuck! No! I thought I can do it! Shit, I have to come back later then. Fuck. No. Oh, dang it, everything
Yet
is...
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh. Wait, this one doesn't open.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm being forced to do the right thing now. I'm absolutely being forced to do the right thing. The right door leads to the baby. Try not to spoil it too much, alright? I don't know what the baby is though, but you know, just... I will appreciate that a lot. God, it's forcing me to do the right thing. I don't like it. Can I do the door thing? Like what I did just now? I think it's possible, right? I tried to do it. No. Fine.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Am I gonna...
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I forgot what the code was. 115?
Stanley spoke the code.
Oh.
Night Shark 115.
Oh,
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. I just did something stupid, did I? I'm not Stanley.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I'm trying, narrator. I'm trying. Night Shark 115. Night Shark
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had
You
a choice,
forced me
you know.
to.
You could have gone through the door on the right.
I
You could have
did.
done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way?
You
Speak.
forced me to.
Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh,
When Stanley came to a set
Whoa.
of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
what?
Stanley? Hello? Are you...
No,
Is everything okay?
narrator?
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I need you
end?
to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Oh God.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
I'm here.
This is more important than you can ever know.
I'm here though.
I need this.
I'm
The
here.
story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
What's with the sorry Leroy? That's kinda sad. I got... What was that ending? It says the end. Is that the true ending? It's the only ending that I got the credits for. So the true ending is to not follow narrator? Okay, now I did a full listening to narrator. Not listening to narrator fully. So here comes the conundrum. So in between those things, it's gonna be like...
Ooh, shiny.
Correct observations, here's an ending and you got credits. It's an ending. It's an, like... It looks like a big ending too, because it's the only ending with credits rolling. But it's so sad though. It just feels like I destroyed the whole narrator's livelihood. You know, the whole narrator livelihood is just narrate the game, go through the game, let Stanley out this mind control facility. Yeah, I did. Because I did. That made me feel sad. That kind of made me feel sad, not gonna lie. What a game. What a game. Okay, so there are branching paths between all the choices that I made just now, right? The follow narrator and not follow narrator. Dear Kobo, all choices lead to... No. There's a lot more paths? What the fuck?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's different. That's different. That's different. You don't say that before. What's different now? Why is it different now? Oh. Wait. Huh?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Input received? What do you mean? Every decision you make, the other decision is almost always a different ending. Oh my god. The end is never the end. The end is never the end, is never the end. That's so cool. And also such a mindfuck. Hi again, Spirit Frost. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And I hope you're doing good. What's with the input? Input received. Maybe I need to find computer that has that thing. Any more input thing that I can do?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Huh? How do I... Inputs received. Maybe I need to find another one like that. The inputs are good. I love them. Such good inputs. Ayo. Let's follow narrator.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's follow narrator for a little bit. Oh yeah, the broom closet. There has to be something there, right? Because when I step in the broom closet, the narrator keeps speaking as if there's nothing there. There has to be something there. Let's go to the room closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
What?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hello, make lunch.
Oh no,
What?
Not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Thank you. I will take my time. I'm gonna close the... Alright, I'm gonna close the door. I'm just gonna stay here. There has to be something I need to do here, right? Let me just click on every single thing possible. Okay, I would drink. Hello, my love. Wow. Hello, hello. How about thank you? And thanks for the moisturize. The broom closet. The broom closet. It has to be the broom. I'm playing Doom 2 right now. It's just there's no wall humping. We're holding spoilers so hard right now. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for not spoiling. I appreciate that a lot. I did try my hardest to not spoil myself with this game as well, so yeah. Oh. There's something here. This door will close? Yeah, I feel like this door will close. Wait, narrator remembers that I went here before. So narrator knows that I was here before. Hmm? Narrator remembers that I went through all the endings? Most of them close behind you to help make sure you actually progress, and so they don't have to make even more endings. So you're saying that I could cheese the door in some way? Oh shit. Okay, I should keep that in mind. Like how I almost did cheese the door. On the previous ending. Bucket? Is this supposed to be a hint? There's no bucket here. I mean, this thing is a bucket, I guess. Is this a bucket? I mean, there are one set of doors you can cheese, but I don't want to spoil which ones. Okay. Only one then. That narrows things down. No, there has to be something here. What if I come in the next set? Because narrator recognizes that I came here again. I'm gonna come here afterwards again. See if I can do it. And let me see if I can cheese this door.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, I could go downstairs. Go downstairs. Oh, that's so spooky though. Hey. Screaming silently. I'm messing everything up. Suffer.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe He thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
What? Oh,
Why
shit.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Oh, no.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
Oh, shit.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to
There
my
has to be
boring
something with this
real-life
one.
job pushing
1, 2,
buttons.
B4?
I may as well enjoy this
1, 2, 3,
while
4
I'm
is the
still
code?
lucid. So, he imagined himself flying.
Oh
and
my
began
God,
to
it just
gently
keeps
float
repeating.
above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered
God.
Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Oh, no.
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control.
Oh,
that this
no. I'm
was a
getting
dream.
crazy. I'm going crazy.
He closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Oh, no.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
I'm sorry, I will not.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going crazy.
Stanley began screaming.
Oh, God.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind.
I have to pause this. I have to pause because the narration is very important. I should probably disable some redeems, but it's okay. It is. I can become big. Beans, 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 beans. I'm back. So this is a crazy ending? Go.
I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
What? The ending where Stanley goes crazy? Shit, that was kind of scary though. What happened? I just... Yeah, Marietta's gonna go get the career. She's gonna go off. She's gonna pop off. But what an ending. Just because I went downstairs, then I suddenly went crazy. Or Stanley went crazy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's normal now. I'm happy for her. Yeah. Go get it, Mariella.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So here... I can go to the broom closet again. I could follow the right choice. Go to the broom closet and see what happens. And after that, I'll see what I can defy. Broom closet. Broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Hey!
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, you ass! Is this achievement locked off forever? No. Oh, the game is so rough. Can't believe it. Wrecked. I didn't want to spoil. It's all good. Thanks for not spoiling. Really, I mean it. Like, don't spoil. I want this as blind as possible. I went down, so let's go and see what I can do.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There has to be a door that I can cheese. There has to be a door that I can cheese. Fuck. Oh, I see. There's nothing here. Do you close on your own? That's a nice door sound. I like it. You want rooms to get blocked off for your own volition? There is. I'm not gonna spoil, but definitely is. Okay. Like hints are great. Hints are fine. Oh, what? Wait. This was not open before. I cannot open this one before. Kobo making door music. I cannot open this door before. That's a nah. Is the strategy just aim gun at someone else's head? Damn. Whoa. Oh, hey! Just gonna do the dance. The very important dance. Someone, what the fuck? There's something going on. What? Someone's whispering? Oh, is that a narrator? Okay, it is the narrator. Is it a Lethal Company dance? Maybe. Maybe. Narrator. It's taking a while. Am I missing something? Is there something I should do? Narrator. Be right back, gonna grab a snack real quick. Okay. Go get food. At least the music is good. Hi Arata. Did I just press the button again? I mean, the music is good, but the narrator singing makes it not a loop. I'm scared. Oh. God damn it, I'm supposed to just press it again. Wait, I'm back again. One, two, three, four. Stanley. 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 Question, what about endings that have -1 clues? As in like the ending is just straight up ending and there's no hints towards it? That's tough. Maybe I can stumble upon it. Oh, you guys know about the whole ending, right? If I'm lost, then maybe I'll ask or help then. Because currently I'm still figuring the stuff out, so yeah, I think it's best not to. Yeah, it's best not to spoil yet. I'm just waiting for something to happen. This is how you make roti canai. Recommendations for the Oversight Committee. A short history of the relations between Poland and Austria-Hungary. Should look at the comic I sent you in Discord. Oh. I saw that one so many times. It's so good. This is the one, by the way. Wah. 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 It's so fucking good. Did you really just buy a jack-o'-lantern over a walkie-talkie? It's our friend. This is why. Wah. Once is enough to change a man or woman. Wah, wah, wah. Just swear. Lethal Company is amazing. I'll play more. Wah. It's okay. Have fun and enjoy. I'm definitely enjoying as an EP bird being in my nest. Nice. Good. That's good to know. Hungary, that is my country. Oh. Nice. I guess this is nothing. It's just me. This is just a place where you can enjoy elevator music a little bit, I guess. The subtle narrator voices. Yeah, I guess there's nothing there. That's pretty cool. I like the music. Remember the air horn? It will always be the best item in my book.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take.
What if I just
too
type...
much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone,
That's different.
paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh, that was
What could
different.
it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845.
You're saying the different things.
Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever.
Ever.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random
That was
buttons on the
different.
keypad,
Why?
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, I missed it? Huh? The ending? Maybe it's something to do with the elevator then. You could dip up before the door closed. Probably. I mean, I did try on all the doors, but I did not try out that one. But that one is like the door closed when I'm so deep inside. I could try it later. Okay, where can
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Escape,
Mind
escape,
Control
escape,
Facility.
escape, escape,
Although this
escape,
passageway
escape,
had the word
escape, escape.
written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you, narrator. This is an escape.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I don't trust you.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I don't trust you. What do you mean? My death is just a hallway. Unless it's gonna be like a long hallway of death chase. Oh no. This might turn into a horror game. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, no. I said fuck, not fart, you ass. Kobo cute, I'll take it. True. Fuck, I'm dead. Well. Oh shit. There goes me. Oh no.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his
Oh no.
demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what
I cannot
this
move,
world
I cannot move,
is.
I cannot move, I cannot move.
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Oh no,
So
I'm
he
dead.
resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh no. Shit. This is...
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Who are you?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh! Whoever you are, you helped me. Cutie boat Kobo ignoring you? Huh? Did I? I'm sorry, there's so many things going on, I couldn't keep up. Oh. The narrator's narrator.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I'm walking.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
Oh shit.
death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
That's too philosophical. I'm scared. Whoa, these are all the assets. Oh, it's a behind the scene? Oh, it's a behind the scene ending. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout the development. Through the core now remains almost identical to the first iteration. Cool. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor had been removed and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. It's very important. The pacing? I mentioned this multiple times. Good pacing in game is wonderful. The set of two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it. An exploration of the contradiction that this room posed. These are all the assets. Oh god, Kobold. What? Oh hey, look, the assets. Nature paintings. Are those I don't think these are paintings, but more like photographs. I mean, it's possible to paint like this, but man, it hurts. Oh my god, it's solitaire. Oh. Sorry? Installing Chart Pro. No. Employee database. No. Oh. Oh my god, the button makes a nice jingle. A selection of the sound used throughout the game when the button are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Boop. Boop. Hey. Boop. The best button. Boop. 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 I found the best button. Boop. 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 Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Ow. Sounds like a music. Oh, credits. Look at this graph. ADHD be like, maybe I do have ADHD. Just never went and get diagnosed. So I can't say that I have it for sure. Office clock. Boss's office. Ooh, there's multiple iterations. This one looks so empty though. Oh, this one is like, oh, it's the base. And then props and then textures. I like that. Maintenance room. That's a room that I've never seen before. Oh, that's the mind control room, right? Fun. YouTube? Money, Ayo? Warzone? Am I playing the Stanley Parable? EB bird is out of its nest, ready to take on the world. Whoa, the bird got this. The best bird. Why am I playing? Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on the battlefield fighting aliens. Oh my god. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Aww, I get that. Idea should be like 1 sheep, 2 sheep, chicken, cow, duck. Old MacDonald had the front. Eh, Macarena. Alien base. Awesome. Thanks, but the best bird is far away from me, Stanley. Staying in the Eve. Oh. It's okay, you can have the kobold. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. It cool, I like it. The projector. Love the game, greeting omnipotent voice. I want to tell you that I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Indeed, I liked it as much as I like woke up. Oh my god. Urgent response needed. I would like to keep this proposal as the top secret and delete if you are not interested. Get back to me if you are interested in details regarding your transfer. What? Dead, strong, bad. How do you type with boxing gloves? The lights. What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. I don't know. I'm Anthony alias Business Broker. Please partner with me in a very rewarding business friendship. Detail will be sent to you if you're interested. Ayo. Is that doxing? Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy. I have a question for you, sir. And it is, what is your message for today? Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a section of those emails. Oh. Am I standing? Are you spying on me? You why? Question. Will the game feature capybaras? No, there's no capybara? I cannot believe it. Dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael The Rock Martin. The Rock Martin. How do you stay in shape? Eat food. What? Ding dong gay, are you gay? Probably. I don't know. Am I? I'm dragon sexual. Because I'm a kobold. Art. Regarding your game in the works, dear narrator, I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and the standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which is why I'm eager to see a sequel, prequel, standalone companion game. Because will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? How many endings? If the Stanley Parable is really going to let me go shopping, I hope we will have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What's the possibility? What the fuck? I'm gay. All good. How is the game doing? I hope it's good. All better than the first one. From a cool man. Very cool. Are you a rock? You get stolen by me if you're a rock. You should play the light post, I think it's called by the devs. Light post? What the sequence of the number 111280 is? Oh shit, 111280? Dragon sexual? Yeah. Well, the thing I want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? Well, I'm doing that now. Okay, I think I'm good. The lounge, an early version of the lounge. So empty. The office. Dragon sexual, very important. Are you gonna explode? Oh, okay. The apartment timer. In the previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer will give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone will lead to a different ending. Oh, okay. the cargo lift, the second version is functionally the same as the what's in the final game. But we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. The game's spoilering, right? God, I cannot believe it. Dragons are great? Yes. I need more of them. I cannot wait to see a reference to Nexus. I want more dragons. The cargo lift always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this earlier version of this, we also wanted an option to put a phone to the depth. May I post a Steam link? Yes. Isn't like a game made by them? Zending Levers. The beginner's guide. This game is so good story-wise. The beginner's guide, huh? It's a narrative video game from Davey Rudden. Oh, it's the same. The creator of Stanley Parable. It lasts about an hour and a half and has no traditional mechanics, no goals or objectives. Instead, it tells the story of a person struggling and to deal with something they do not understand. Ow. That's pretty cool. Cheesecake bully! Cheesecake is bullying the kobold. Cheesecake good. I want to eat cheesecake. The big... Oh, it's only 11.50. It's on sale.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Bully.
Why did that channel not work? Also, I need to yip. No, cheesecake is gonna get shouted at. Yip. 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 Ah, I get yipped. Oh, this game? You know about this game? I mean, it's on offer ends at January 5th. I'm gonna add to cart. I'll buy it later though. I'm gonna just add to cart. You gonna get it? What am I gonna get, huh? What am I gonna get, huh? Yep. You're gonna get squish? Oh, nah, you gonna just squish a kobold. The early version of the ending known as a Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Ooh, wow. Yep. Zending model. The game is now paused. Escape menu. We had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Oh, I get that. Yep. Yippity yip. Yip, yip, yip. Yip. Oh. Hi? Countdown desk. Model desk for early version of the countdown ending. Freedom ending. Freedom ending essay assisted in the beta. I should probably not look at this too much. It feels like I'm getting spoiled in real time. Okay, I'm just gonna walk away then. I didn't think there's gonna be so many yeah, oh.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Last train from Wormtown with you? I never heard of the game though. I never actually seen this ending, so I'm curious. It's okay, I never seen the ending too. I remember this game. A lot of people seems to remember this game.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
You are talking directly to me.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Do I do it? I don't know. I don't know.
Don't let...
Oh. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Kobo didn't do it. I didn't listen. Hmm? Huh? Whoa.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
What? Stanley goes splat? Hi, Nanook. No spookalies. Why are you putting this soap in your spaghetti? Narrator? Did I mess up? Oh god, it's locked. Narrator is not talking to me anymore. I don't want to spoil, but I want to enter my favorite ending. Oh, I appreciate not spoiling. Oh, wait, is it gonna be each cycle one input? Oh, okay. Thanks for the pen. Hi, comic. I don't want to spoil, but I want to tell you the doors you can cheese. The doors I can cheese? You did mention that it's gonna be only one door, right? New... Oh!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content! I want it! That doesn't look like new content. No, I want new content though. Huh? Uh-oh. That doesn't look like new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Almost
a
a
reimagining
decade.
of the game for consoles and home computers.
Wow.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Okay.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Ultra Deluxe! It's so shiny! I want the shiny content. Give.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I want the new content. Eat new and shiny content, yeah.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the...
Mostly tedious.
Okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content. Give me the content, Stanley. I want the content. Oh.
All right. All right, let's see. It's...
Whoa.
The jump circle?
Oh my god, I can jump. Do not use up oil. Oh. I wanted to use up all my jumps though. Okay, just for this time, I won't. Leave like 7 at least, you'll see. I'll leave 20. I'll leave. Oh, I cannot jump on the other. Huh? I cannot jump outside here. Your game, turn. I'm gonna leave 24. Yeah. Every streamer and YouTuber I've seen have used up all the jumps and were very distraught. Yeah, I mean...
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Alright, okay. So far...
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Yeah.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm not having read the dictionary to me. He could read the dictionary to me. I'll be happy. No, you can just tell a Kobo to. I'll yip you. I'll yip it. Oh no.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
There's no fucking way there's an actual achievement. Oh, no way, no way, no fucking way, it's true. It's true, oh my god. Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years, what the fuck? Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday? What? Complete Stanley Parable under 4 minutes 22 seconds, not including load times. How? Quit the game and then start it again. Welcome back. Cool.
What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Hell yeah, that sounds good.
What do you say, friend?
Friend? Oh. Oh. That's not it. I have the 5 years version of the original Stanley Parable. Oh my god. Why is it looking like this? I'm gonna go sleep, hun. Have a good sleep. Have good sleep, McLarch. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you. I think my honey actually stayed out till 6 a.m. Whoa, 6 a.m. though. Looks like what I would do many years back. Please ignore there's no achievement. Ooh. Night night, McLarch. That is not right.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Okay.
I want to show you something.
Okay, I'm coming, narrator. We're totally whispering. We're totally whispering. We don't know. I am totally not angry for sure. Oh god, my mind just got broken. So the Kobo vent sus? No, I didn't vent. She's venting. Kobo just blindly listen to someone in the vent. I have to.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Yeah, I want to take a look. Whoa. Yo. My goodness, look at the texture. This is insane. Ain't it lady rude to speak of a lady kobold vent? Lady kobold venting. I like the textures. I like stuff like these. Hi.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The memory zone. This is actually looking really good. I like nature, something like this, but I'm totally afraid of bugs, so I don't know how I survive. But the lady Kobo didn't even get the innuendo. There's supposed to be an innuendo? I don't know. I don't know what innuendo is there. Joey entirely won't point at the venting of the Kobo again. Is that an innuendo? I don't know. I'm look, I'm dense, okay, when it comes to stuff like that.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Memory, sweet memory. Just bring a debugger. The Stanley Parable. Oh, the old Steam UI. Ooh. When the Stanley Parable was released, 2013. Everything is 2013. What if I type 2013 on the keypad? Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Hi, Hydra Killer. Hello. Welcome in. Gonna look at all the pictures before the door unlocks. Is there a door? I mean, the door is already unlocked. Oh, pets. Thank you. I like pets. All the good times. Even the cup became vintage. Wow. The Twitch useless thing. Wow. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable. It's not dead yet. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Boop. Oh my god, thank you. The Stanley Parable demonstration. Oh yeah, I played the demo. The demo is fucking funny. God side, don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Oh. Hey, it's Foxy Foxy.
Blue
Hi.
kiss.
Blue kiss. I'm getting kissed. I'll take it. Wow. Thanks for the gem. Hi. Welcome in. Nominee British Academy Award. Game innovation. Are these are all real, it looks like. Debut game and also story. All nominee. This one looks kind of fake, but I don't know. Yay, friends announced VR chat game tonight. Gonna get so much big boobs tonight. Nice, good to know. Oh hey, look, it's a crazy ending. I haven't been really getting into VR chat. I just feel like it's not really my thing. But a lot of people is like urging me to get into VR chat. I don't know. Little Stanley in love. Aww. It's a little rat. I like this.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I'm loving VR chat. Only problem is the one good bird avatar I found is very girly, big hips, big feathery upper and lower pillows. I'm totally not ready to come out of my eggshell yet. Aww. I understand that. I got lucky because I know how to create my own model, so I haven't, like, this Kobo is not VR chat viable yet. I could make it viable for VR chat, like very easily with my current setup, but I forgot how. Like the last time I made a proper VR chat avatar, as in a model that I made exclusively for VR chat, is like 4 years ago, I think. And then recently I just making model for VC Face. I dipped over to Resonite. I see some people playing Resonite. I don't know what's the difference between that and VRChat. VRChat is a premium currency now. Anyone knows how big of a warning sign that is. Yeah, I mean, if they have that, it's weird. For free, VRChat is free game, right? The original remake. Something down here? Memory zone maintenance. Oh, can I get in here? I'm gonna learn to model professionally. You could. It honestly just takes a lot of time. Which is normal for any art form, to be honest. I've got like 14 avatars I use that just have that, and it's very, this is just what this avatar comes with. I don't know how to change it. Try Resonite, and it turns out right analog is both turn and walk, and got extremely motion sick in 10 minutes. Oh no. Person of the year. That looks like Stanley. I'm gonna press the button. I don't have VR headset. I'm just playing desktop mode. No, is this door blocked? Oh, isn't this the demo? Preparing snake oil salesman Rodis? Routine.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that though. It feels like the narrator is living in the past, which I get, you know, because those were like the golden era of the game. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. I mean, it feels nice to get compliments and to get called a cute girl because I am really not ready for that kind of affection. Yeah, I get that. Can get quite a lot, huh? I understand. Honestly, just really, you know, it takes time, slowly does it, with your own pacing. If you're not ready for it, then, yeah. You know, don't force yourself to, yeah, just don't force yourself. It slowly does it. Like, I'm still thinking about my condition currently as a trans. I mean, yeah, getting called a cute girl is also very happy. You know?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
The serious room. I cannot get in, but this door is open. You can't jump? Yeah, I cannot jump. Something for safety? I totally understand. My condolences, I have a remote with stick drift, so I desperately want to make things in Resnight, but my damn remote would rather ram me wrong. Wait, I came from here, right? Wait. Why would you open the door that's blocked? The serious room used to be a room you can only access by cheating. Oh, okay. That says a lot about that. Okay, okay. Oh, hey, it's open now.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Oh,
What's this? What's down here?
I think that's the point of it being inaccessible. Shit, am I not supposed to be here?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Oh,
I haven't
no.
looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, no.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
No, don't look at Steam review. Anything but Steam review, don't look at it. Oh no. Repress the memories. Oh, that's a good one. A rip, narrator, rip. Don't take this too hard, narrator, okay? It's only review. Don't take them too hard, okay? You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm with you, narrator. I'm with you. We'll tackle this together. Okay? Oh no!
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Don't.
Unfunny! I'm not
I'm funny. Fuck. I'm sorry. It's so fucking good.
trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Yeah.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, hi, Brecky. Welcome. I know that feeling. I tried Quest 3's invisible virtual controller when you only use your hands and not the controllers. It's sickening. Oh god. Well, we're gonna look at more Steam reviews, huh? I'm funny. It's so good. Boops and pets. Wow. Thank you, Brecky. I saw you were making your Super Mario World stage last night. Or at least my last night. Fun fact, the narrator can be freelance to say pretty much anything. Like when during the recording phase, the narrator is like very free flow? Question mark? Come on, there has to be. Look, there's some positive review. Yeah, he's a voice actor. You can totally hire him, and he loves doing silly bits. Yes, that's beautiful.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Repressed
These black
memory.
marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
That clip
I feel
exists now.
like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Like, Jacksepticeye hired him to do an intro. Oh, he did? Shit, I didn't know. Is it gonna become an audio clip? That works. Oh, there's more, there's more.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that.
No.
If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I don't think a skip button is a good idea, narrator. No, no. Why is there so many no? Why is so many no? What? Oh no. Wait. Hey, look, I can... Oh no. I don't like the idea of having a skip button for narrator.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
Oh my
Which
God,
is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
just repeats.
we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at
Oh
once,
my God,
so,
he
now you see,
repeats.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of
245.
elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes
perfect.
impossible to
Narrator is
manufacture.
perfect.
It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have
Okay,
you,
I'll
and therefore,
skip.
by becoming
Sorry,
it is,
narrator,
so
I love
on
you
and so
though.
forth, until inevitably we... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Maybe it's not that
that, of
bad then.
course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person,
Oh my
and in
God.
fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things
Oh,
at
no.
once. That you are
Oh,
both
no.
making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the
Oh, he
same
repeats.
time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are
Wait, no,
not
it-
making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards
Okay,
manifesto,
repeats.
but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's
Yeah, yeah.
rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Testes?
All right,
Testes?
here we go.
Testes?
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Repeating.
Manifesto. treatise,
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Trito?
Treatise.
Kobold?
Manifesto.
Oh my god, Trito.
Treatise. Manifesto.
What the
Treatise.
Trito?
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
What the
Treatise.
Trito?
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Kobold wants a Trito.
Manifesto.
Please give a Trito to Kobold, please.
treatise, manifesto,
It's a cue to skip, right?
manifesto, treatise.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's
manifesto,
only for a few minutes, so it
treatise,
should be fine.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But
Yeah.
that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this.
Cookie
and whether
9.
they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
You can.
I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Exciting new technology. Narrator? It's a cue for me to use the skip button, I guess. I cannot go away. He fell asleep. Yeah, I cannot get out. Why do you want me to keep pressing the skip? You know, it's only for a few minutes. It's fine, right? Or maybe there's a clock here for a reason. Okay, 现在是2:38 2:38. Okay, so it's 2:38. It's only for a few minutes. How bad could it be?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe
Treatise. Manifesto.
30, 45 minutes.
Treatise.
Wait.
Manifesto. Treatise.
I cannot. There's too many words going on.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
There's so many words going on.
Treatise. Manifesto.
Trito.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise Fisto. Treatise Fisto.
It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Yeah.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Oh, shit.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button.
Yeah.
There was a door here before, wasn't there?
There
I
is.
swear there was. Where did it go?
It's here.
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
I'm
Please,
just a little
I'll
kobold.
take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay,
I don't
good.
know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
Good.
You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please.
I won't.
Please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button.
I won't.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I cannot believe that I'm actually listening to someone says. Something. I'm a Kobo that listens. No treat. I want treat though. Treat? My treat. What do you want? I want treat. I want treat. It's my treat. Mendiv testes. I'm back with my tea. Welcome back. What did I miss? A bunch of negative reviews and unfunny. I think you were here. I don't remember. Some of the time went back. Oh, you left at the first skip. Okay, so you didn't miss the Steam review. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I keep burping today. I'm sorry. It's rather unhygienic.
Then you missed the narrator saying treatise, manifesto, 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 treatise, manifesto.
Treat? I want treat. Bless you, Tylra. Bless you too, Daydreamer. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty well today. My leg wound is actually recovering pretty well too. So, yeah, blessings definitely. Now, do I press the skip button? I think it's a cue for me to press the skip button. I love how the clock works. It just went back in time when I press the skip button. I love that the kill, you know, well fermented teas like black tea can help with that. Alright, I'm pressing it. I'm sorry. I feel terrible.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
What the fuck?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God.
Oh,
And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important?
it repeats rather weirdly, but just kind of want to mention a little bit. Yeah, words are very powerful. That's why I say physical trauma. Mental trauma is one thing, right? Mental trauma is way scarier. And yeah, the game suddenly went to a very strong mood. Yeah. Right? It's suddenly very strong. And I kind of want to mention because that's intentional. Everything in this game is intentionally ridiculous, just intentional. Really? So that weird cut is intentional as well? Shit. I kind of just want to mention because how those one negative word or one negative sentence towards me, shit. In KL, when I was living alone in KL, I went to a university. I was studying university, and there was at some point because I'm like the worst student in the right. I'm the worst student in the class. I cannot do anything right, and eventually the lecturer lost patience because I really just don't know that I don't understand how to draw. I don't understand how to do anything well. Like I was trying to draw concept art, but I can't because it's really hard for me to understand the concept of perspective. So eventually the lecturer dropped a sentence I remember very clearly. He said that why are you here? You will never be an artist, and you never will. With your current skill set, why are you trying to be an artist when you are not fit to be one? That stuck with me, That is why every time I hear like those kind of trauma, words hurt than physical trauma. Any physical trauma I can handle. I've been punched, needles, hurt, whatever kind of things. Those are fine. Those shit heal. I don't care. But mental trauma is really something that needs to, like, I know impulse is a thing. Sometimes you cannot control your anger, and maybe those days, the stress and anger and everything that happened builds up to that point where they lash out against me. There's something like that could happen, right? But what those words meant to me will stuck with me forever. Like no matter what and how and what I do, shit just stuck with me. But I've been trying to ignore those shit and do art still. I'm still doing art, at least. Not to a professional degree, but I still enjoy doing art. I really do. But yeah, it's just something that I kind of want to share a little bit because words, remember, words hurt more than anything. Mental trauma is even worse than anything. I'm telling you, it's hidden. No one knows. Like you guys will not even know if I don't say about this. You guys will know. That's why mental trauma is hidden. No one will express that because they feel so belittled. They will not express that. They feel like they don't deserve to express that. I know how that feels exactly. So mental trauma is a thing. Please be careful how you speak. Just be mindful, be mindful. Think I just don't know what art is. Yeah. It was sad. That made me want to give out art in more ways than one. But It's all good. Look at what I'm doing right now. I got both. Mental is so much worse by far. I can hear a bruise, but I can't make the voice saying I ain't good enough. Won't ever shut the fuck up years later. Yeah, that's the thing. It's inside you forever. Why I go out my way to people that they make me smile, that they do make me smile, because y'all are cute and you do make me happy, and I appreciate it a lot. Most of the time I don't feel comfortable expressing stuff like that, so I usually only express stuff like that when I'm streaming, so it's weird. I know. Another thing, well too well, and I still feel pain whenever I sit down to draw, right? God, it hurts. And the game suddenly becomes like this. It's very unexpected. I find ways to actually know if you're struggling with mental stuff. Depends on who you are. I agree with Die Hard Dwarf. I have a way with finding patterns. I mean, that's good in a way, but there's so many kinds of people out there. It's close to impossible to know if they're actually struggling with mental stuff. Like, everyone is fighting their own fights out there. I mean, that's good then, right? If you have a way to finding patterns, but to help them deal with trauma, it's another story entirely. People that say others will never be an artist or anything else are idiots that want to carve out their own insecurities by making others feel worse. Yes, that's also a thing that I've seen happens a lot as well. People wants to feel superiority, and they don't want to work hard for it, so they just belittle other people so that they feel superior. And that's the worst way to go about it, sadly. Some people have a feeling to them that something wrong, others will smile, laugh, and cry in the corner of the closet by the end of the night. The wonderful feeling that you don't remember the thing that hurts, they proceed to try to remember it. It's... It's not that you will remember it voluntarily. It's just there. It's trauma for a reason. It's called trauma. It's not weird, it's honest. The helping part is harder. It's way harder. I know it takes a long time, but it's not time to be there for a bud who needs at least a pair of ears. Like, even in text, I can tell if someone having a sucky day. True. There are those who is more expressive with their words, but usually I'm sorry to say, but I hide it really well. I don't know how to people. Same. I don't know how to people. Okay, let's get back into the game. It suddenly went into a very heavy topic, right? Very heavy topic.
For me to fix the problem. Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury, to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
I'm gonna press the button because I have no choice. Unless there's another choice, but even if there's another choice, I don't know if there's any other choice.
Knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm going to be stuck.
I'm not doing this because I hate narrator. I'm doing this because I'm being forced to. I'm just saying, alright. There's nothing else I could do here.
Out of my control now. Just you.
Sorry.
Just your decision. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, fuck.
You're back.
Oh shit.
Oh, my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Oh, what the fuck?
2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters
The
anymore.
DMs are open.
I'll give it all
Appreciate
up.
that.
I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe
Psychological
Stanley,
trauma is
maybe
dreadful
if
and
you
struggling
can
with
hear me,
PTSD
then
myself.
maybe
Yeah, it's
it means
harsh.
I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press
Narrator
that
never
button,
goes outside.
you're still right there.
If
but
you like
I
this, you will
know
love
you're
A Big in the Sky. It's so
tremendously
damn
far
deep.
away.
Oh, let's go.
And in those moments,
I'll play it
the emptiness
next time.
folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Shit. Oh. That reminds me when I stream just to have people listening. Yeah. I guess that does make me happy, and it's also most of the reason why I stream as well. Having people listening to know that I'm here, I guess. Maybe? Probably? I also curdle. Christ, I hate Christmas for that reason. Having grown in a poor enough household, I felt I had to earn Christmas. Ruby's family has taken me as one of their own and gone gifts out of kindness, so I'm gonna have to fight depression for a week due to self-guilt. Oh shit. Yeah, I felt that too. I mean, it's not during Christmas, but to me it's during birthday. Like, yeah, generally getting anything for nothing. Yes, that's the feeling. And I start to doubt myself. It's like, what did I do to deserve this? Like, oh god. It's a heavy topic, this one. Hi, Carney. Welcome in. You came into the heavy topic of the game. It was all fun and games until this part happened. Why am I here? This is the worst ending. The damn guilt that feel like 2 tons of wanting to do something to repay someone. Yeah. I guess I'm pressing the buttons. It's probably gonna... narrator says it's been a week? I guess. I'm oh god.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been
Kiss you
through.
all my love just
I've
because
had
you don't
so
shoo me away.
much
Of course
time.
not. You're
I stopped
amazing.
keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Shit. Need a little step back. Yeah, I didn't realize it's gonna be this heavy. I thought this game is like fun than games. It's funny. And then the game hits me with this. Shit. It's actually heavy. Gonna flip my shit. Can reject it because the reason was so valid. Oh god. I mean, the gift is good, right? But man, I've been shooed away and ghosted, and so having people that listen, people that accept my hugs, feel severe joy, like platonic joy, not anything. Yeah, I get that. I recently realized that I cannot please everyone, so yeah, there will be people that hate me, there will be people that ghost me, there will be people that will talk shit behind my ass, definitely. But what can I do about it? That's their life. All I need to do, all I need to know, is that I'm doing good. You know, I'm doing okay here. And so long as I'm not doing any bad shit that harms other people, I think I'm in a good book. Right? And talk about hitting the existential crisis nail on the head. It suddenly got real, that's for sure. Yeah. Anger tangent. The person behind this is so good at making you tear up. Shit. Remember when the game said it was everything ever? Yeah, it's being everything right now. This game can be nonsensical, but it can also be hella philosophical. If anything, I'll say that the writing is brilliant. Yes! Yes, definitely. The writing is fucking wonderful. This is the power of good story, good writing, and good execution. It's all I can say. Really. Just know that you are loved and you are valid and you are meaningful. You make me smile. Thanks, Exon. Thank you. Yeah, the exchange of pleasantries like that really warms my heart as well, so I really appreciate that. Big appreciate. You know, I constantly feel I'm harming people by being annoying. I don't know how to, like... I guess I have like a... I'm lucky that I guess I have a good moral compass that I know if I'm harming people or not. I already whipped out the third crying pillow. I'm gonna cry too. 15 out of 10 writing. Agreed. Maybe even 20. Watching you makes me happy. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. At least I make you happy. Thank you. That reassurance. Thank you. So, come on. You cannot just remove the door like this. What if the narrator actually removed the door, huh? Where's the door? If start crying, not even the 6 feet of flame will survive. Okay, I'll be a strong kobold. I will not cry. Alright. I said countless times that my DMs are open and give you dragon hugs every day if you want, if you need to redeem any of them. Oh shit, I should have redeemed. You know what? I gotta redeem it. Yeah. And dragon hugs always. Let's go. Hi Akka. Hi Ryuki. Welcome. You're in for a treat because right now it's like because right now it's like the heaviest moment in this game. It feels like, God, it's heavy. I'm at the verge of my tears. Holy shit! But it's just the game. I'm feeling very. I'm doing pretty good. Right. I myself am doing pretty nice. How's everyone doing? And hope we all had one full beforehand. Yeah. All right. I'm pressing the button. Fuck. Fuck. Even this shit is broken. Dragon hugs are so nice. Whether they have some, if not for being scared for my soft body. And dragons can do soft hugs. I believe in you. I got this. Technically, when the narrator wants to fix something, that means the game breaks the game. When the narrator takes something, he will refuse to fix it out of spite. God, why are you making me press the button? I never wanted this. I love the narrator. I never want to skip the narrator. Cookie 9 felt this one. It feels like Cookie 9 definitely felt this one, okay? Wow. Change the battery. This might trigger someone. I'm gonna click the button fast.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I know I'm pausing the game right now. I'm pausing the game because I'm actually mad that this just happened. You saw that shit? Fucking ads plays when this shit is happening. I'll wait for the ad to be over and then I'll play the game, alright? Just so that, you know, people on Twitch can actually enjoy the game. Ads? What ads? Here. See this? Ad breaks ends in 1 minute 17 seconds. God damn it, Twitch. Fuck. This is very meaningful. I do not want that. to ruin this. There we go with Dread. The anger stage. Oh my god, so narrator is such a mood. Right? Is it true that they debunked the ideology of the second 7 stages of grief? Looks like it. That is well. Only 5 seconds long. Okay. I'll wait for the ad break in progress to be gone so that I can continue playing the game, right? The game is paused. Kobo is pissed. I am pissed. You got no ad? Odd. You have 0 ads right now? Okay. Same. No ad blocker, no VPN, nothing. I guess that's pretty good. I'll take it. They didn't debunk the 5 stages of grief. It just applies mostly... Oh shit. It's getting blocked. Applies mostly to those who have terminal illness, and not all of them happen every time. Ad break ended. What was that nut moan? It was not nut moan. Okay. The ad is gone, but they tend to happen in the same order even if one skipped. Super heavy commentary and deep conversation, super cringe and hype and upbeat. It doesn't relate to. Then again, Amazon can never find ads for you. Okay. I assume that there's no more ads, alright? Because ad break has ended. Let's continue.
We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a
side note, can I just say the narrator sounds very sexy? Like, I know I played this game for almost 3 hours now, okay? Can I just say that the narrator sounds really fucking good? They made the game feel alive. That's fucking good. I love being an entertainer. I love distracting people from crushing weight. I love pitching in. Oh. Taking a weight and walk alongside people. I get that. I know. I think I kind of like it. Yeah, it's looping. He does. I know that feeling would. The entertainer in my heart really does resonate with the whole rant from the narrator. Yeah. Yeah. It hits hard for me. Kinda. It hits hard for me.
Pathetic
Alright, let's
little
press the button.
thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful...
Boop. Thank you, Narix. Oh. I'm gonna become big. You know what? Maybe we should relax a little bit. I don't feel like... You know what? I'm just gonna do this. It's fine. I can have a shaky bean. Shaky beans, shaky beans. Ow! I hit something. Perfect. Infect me, I hate this. Telegram noises. Yay, boyfriend awake. You have someone else. Is the entertainer a dragon though? I mean, I'm a kobold, close to being a dragon, I guess. Will you stop your funny phone? How many times must I press the button? How many times must I press the button? This is hurting me as well.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
God. Acceptance. We broke him. This is one of the heaviest ending in this game. I mean, the heaviest ending right now would still be the 5th worst ending in chapter 3. Or actually, nah. Angels with Scaly Wings bad endings. Those are so crushingly sad. Oh, fuck. How long does it need to be for things to get deteriorated? Cement gets deteriorated. That is fucked up. It's not 5 years. It's actually just 5 years. What if in this pristine condition, without oxidized, without oxygen and water? Is it possible for it to like oxidize? Yeah, I know. In real life, I get that. You know what this reminds of? The glitch out of bounds ending. Glitch out of bounds ending. Depends if there were people with sledgehammers where you weren't looking. And this all happened just because of one negative comment. Shit, man. Depends. Pro tip: don't be negative. Yeah. You'd be surprised how fast concrete creatures break after no touchy for all maintenance. If you play the Beginner's Guide and like it, you have to try Presentable Liberty next. Both games that hit like 2 tons trains. Like, are we going through emotional train right now? I'm okay with that. Oh fuck. Hey, look, it's Ark Survival. These are actually Ark Survival assets. Or not asset made by Ark Survival. I'm not too sure how that works, but this is like, yeah. Be negative, but at bad things, yeah. Well, I guess I'm just pressing the buttons now. The narrator just stopped existing, I guess. What? Jesus fuck. Yeah. The whole civilization is gone. I cannot walk on top. Sandy Beach. I don't see SEA. No more civilization, a dragon's utopia. If they put a dragon in that ending, yeah. Redemption. But that would not work as a good ending. That was so fucking heavy, it's insane. Holy shit. Yeah, heavy and relatable. God, I was at the verge of my tears so many times. It hits hard to me. It really does.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Why do you speak differently? Beautiful.
Yep.
Yep. I love things like this that speaks to the soul. Yeah. Why do you speak differently, narrator? Also, I'm glad you're back. I love you, narrator. I would never want to skip one in my life. Well, for you anyway. So that I can see weather too. Tylra, with Stanley Parable, you need to expect the unpredictable. Probably. As a palate cleanser, let's think about dragons for a moment. You know what? Let me go to my Discord channel, see if it's safe or not. Look, my Discord channel is also sometimes not safe, okay? Moisturize and stretch, yeah. Yeah. Magic wagons. Nice. NSFW, yeah. I'm a Dirk, but not a fancy one, just a boring of nice colors. Hydra. There's no such thing as a boring dragon for me. I'm a kobold. All dragons are great. Okay, so here, okay, let me plug. Let me plug. Look at this shit. Dragon Simping Corner. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Dragon. Wow, look at that. Damn, look at that dragon. All dragons are cute, yeah. All of them. I like wyverns personally. I honestly like all dragons. I really do. I cannot. Oh, this one I found is like so fucking good. The gear and everything looks so well made. The only redeeming quality for me is that I have floof, and anything that's smaller than me can steal my floof. That's a win in my book. Coupled. Dragon simping? I should post some really cool dragons from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I have my Magic the Gathering arena. I had the dragon deck, but I cannot use it for like standard play, so eventually I stopped playing it. I have a bunch of dragons too, but goddamn. One thing I love of one of my friend, Hungarian dragon. Hungarian there. Oh, look, it's Kaba. Look at all the Dirks. This is the dragon simping corner. I get to look at dragons all day long. And sometimes Kobo. Look at that. Sometimes Kobo. Sometimes dragons. That's Kafira. See, this is good dragon kiss. The perfect one. More dragons. Never enough dragons. And you might see these, you know, like spicy corner. If I press that, I will get banned immediately on Twitch. So, yeah. All right, we have cleansed our palate a little bit. Why is there two Why is there two Rocket Ronan? Rocket, is that you? Do you have two accounts? Question mark. Also, remember to read the rules. Kobolds are Dirks too, just better and more powerful. Yeah. We are fun-sized dragons. Oh wait, I need to find another input. Never forget that. Any input that needs me to press? What? There's no input. Did it? Oops. Okay. It's all good. We went to the new content, right? Yeah, we went to the new content, just jumping. So we can always get jumps, question mark, for new content? But this be the new content? Oh, I'm tempted. I'm going in.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Please don't be a skip button again. I'll actually quit the game. it looks the same. Guess we're going. Just look at those horns. Don't get me wrong, Tylra, and my bones break. I do have strong horns. Could you do the broom closet ending? I tried, but I don't know what to do. I didn't see a spicy channel because you need to DM me for it. I'm not just gonna give it to like
Stanley,
any people.
I've been
If you want, you
reflecting
can
on the Stanley
request.
Parable and about how roundly
Yeah.
disappointing this ultra deluxe
Just tell me about it. I can
version's
give you
turned
the
out to
role,
be.
and then you can
The
you can have
original
access to the
Stanley
spicy
Parable was a
channel.
landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Damn, there's 2 on everything. Oh my god. You have outdone yourself, narrator. Oh my god. This is fucking great. Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, I cannot interact with those. You share pepper and curry? Pretty much. That is so spicy that you have to censor it because it's too much spiciness. Just the 2 of us, we can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us, just the 2 of us, just the 2 of us. Building castle in the sky, just the 2 of us. Even it looks like a lyric of some sort. Cool. They're back 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Cool red section of the chart. New hotness. Old and busted. Aggressive, huh? More TSP, better TSP, win-win. Sequential mindshare. Paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. I have no idea what those words means. The Stanley Parable 2. E? Oh my god, is that an E? Yo, there's an E though. Let's go. Is this PowerPoint slideshow? Click to add speaker notes. Hey, can I track the E? Very important E. Yeah, why is there an E here? I mean, Markiplier played this. There has to be an E. Okay, that's fair. The Stanley Parable. Oh my god, there's 2 Stanleys. One is looking at not a PC. One is just looking at the wall. You the new content E. 2 plants, 2 everything. Everything is 2. 2 Stanleys, even.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Number 2 chat. We need number 2 in chat. Do I need number 2 in chat? Yep. Probably. Who took the red marker? Me. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. 2 hair. I'm enjoying the 2 there too. Very important. Who took the red marker? Yo, that's a nice. Oh, that is really nice. I used to make designs like this. That was fun. Until I have to draw everything with words, and I hated it forever. Dude, that's the best thing ever. Look at the thingies. Oh my god. Add dragons and we'll sell like hotcakes. I hard agree on that one. It's just like different pictures of 2. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. You are the sequel. Ayo, is that the tagline? Value investors, this way to the show floor. Look at the amount of 2s. New features. Yo, let's go. New content? God, I'm so excited. I'm at my edge of my seat. Alright, show me the new content. Hot new content. That actually looks really good.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Taste the sequel. New. No. I cannot read that. Novel. That's Arabic. The new. The whole new office. Yo, look at that floor. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. Sequel to the new features, new content, new idea. What is this screenshot here? Shit, I wanna try. Maybe they know, maybe they recognize. No screen. It's a Souls game. I thought they'll recognize that. Enjoy the new features. Hear your name in the game. Shit! Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh shit, if it says Tylra, I will actually shit my pants. Say new in your native language. Here's mine. Oosh. My native language. Sing. XIN, essentially.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, XIN. Oh yeah, it's XIN, not SIN. The name button, let's go. Can I press it? It's such a shiny button.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
All right.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Why is it so sad?
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I feel so close to Jim right now. I might even be Jim. Deep breaths. I'm Jim. I am Jim. Jim is close to sin. Is it? I'm not too sure. Hi, Paramos. Hello, Jim. Where's Tylra? Tylra went for a short break. Jim taking over for a little bit. Twitch.tv/Jim.
Jim.
Oh.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was
what
you.
a rush.
The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh, do it again, do it again. I'm Jim. I'm him.
Jim.
Ooh.
It hits even harder the second time.
Yeah.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Yeah.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
No, I'm not.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
Shut the fuck up. No,
Otherwise, soon
no,
you'll start to
no.
lose all sense of
Jim,
who you
Jim.
actually are.
No, I need my Jim. Oh. You ruined it, narrator. You ruined it. I wanted to be Jim. Oh shit, who was I? Wait, what did I become? Oh wait, I'm Tylra. Oops. Okay. Yeah, all good. I'm back. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I feel like I was someone else for a few seconds there, I think. Anyone caught wind or what I became? What I became? Weird. I thought my name became Jim. I thought I became Jim for a few seconds there, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm back. That Jim guy was different? Probably.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh my god, don't be lazy! Oh, we have a broken 2. What is this? 2. What else do we have? I wanna know. Yo, look at that coffee mug. Looks like an art. Look at that. This actually looks like someone is like on a very dynamic pose of running. That is so cool. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle in infinite hole. Infinite hole? Infinite hole. Whoa. Collectibles. Free new and easy achievement. I can't believe this is simple. Are you gonna lie to me? Get yours right now. Pull the river, receive your new achievement, no more staff. It just works. Get yours right now. It's my achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Test achievement unachieved.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel.
Okay.
To at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
No, I want the achievement. Dang it, narrator, I just want the achievement. Alright, it was worth a shot. I'm on to you, narrator. You're gonna fix this shit. I'm gonna get my own achievement. I need that achievement. I need that test achievement. It's very important.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Hey, look, more jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Okay, don't spend all the jumps, right? I will take that advice to heart. 1. I'll leave as much as possible. Infinite hole, it won't end. Let's go. It's mine. It's mine. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Go get well someday? Happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. This is just me trying to make a decision for you, narrator. Happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. Get well someday is so patronizing. It's not even like, oh, get well soon, please. No, someday you're gonna get well. When? We don't know. What you doing, Stepnies? I don't know. Alright, I'll choose this one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Okay. Get well someday it is. Hey, look, narrator, I'm not gonna stop you from choosing. It is my opinion. It is well on your right to choose which one you want, so... Oh, hey, he changed every... Oh my god.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No.
No.
No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Yes, we're moving on. Get well someday. Better than getting well never. Yeah, true. That's harsh. Yo, merch? Can I get a Stanley Parable t-shirt? I saw the new content. Oh my god, I want to feel inclusivity. Is that actually... No way. Is that actually... Give me a second. Let me get my phone. QR code scanner. Oh, it scanned it. Open. Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. And let me send this website to myself so that I can go there. Give me a second. Messenger. Do I still use Messenger? What else can I do? Send to PC. I could use Telegram. But my saved message on Telegram is very spicy though, so I cannot show it. No spoilers, but go to the QR code. Yes, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna hide the screen for now because I don't want to accidentally show my Telegram. Oh, which one's it open? Oh, we opened the main screen. I'm so glad I went to the screen. I'm so glad I'm hiding my screen right now. Oh my god, you wouldn't believe it. Okay, I opened up the website. Let's look at it together. Close Telegram. There. Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. The Stanley Parable sequels and you. Oh my god, it's 9 minutes.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past.
Sorry. Ah, god damn it. Thanks, Twitch. I mean, sure, I made the ad play very frequently. It's my fault, but god damn it. I'll wait for the ad timer to go down and then I can start the video again. Because I want people to enjoy this equally. Give me a second. Give it 1 minute and 15 seconds, alright? 1 minute and 15 seconds. In the meantime, you guys can go hydrate a little bit or something like that. And me, I'm gonna just look at phone. Oh. Maximum jank is very tempting. You could do it. It's ad break right now. Going to go to sleep, Sam, and sleep it. And sleep. Oh God! Go sleep. I've become big. Become big. I've become big. Just gonna dance. Oh, Archie beans. Oh my God, it's Archie beans. It's Archie beans. And ad over. Good. Hey, look at that. Just the right time. Let's continue watching this. It's 9 minutes long, so just a heads up, right?
We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous to me, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived.
Oh, that looks
and
kinda
just
cool.
like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get.
Yo.
And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality.
Damn,
For example,
Gregory.
he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way,
Slay
work on the
King.
game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original
that's not
game
good.
was stolen or pirated,
Sorry.
and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, The Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game.
Why?
Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game,
my God.
and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story.
No, you
As
don't
reparation
sing.
for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game,
Poor
where it
Leroy.
will be difficult to find. Finally,
Oh.
the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor,
Oh my
bucking
God.
all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be
jokes
pumped
work.
directly into local lakes,
Oh my
rivers,
God.
and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and
Damn.
several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game.
That sounds so
This man is
wrong.
stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick.
All right.
Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press.
Oh my
In a
God.
competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress.
That's
From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last
need
tool
that.
at our disposal
I need
for
that
making the
pamphlet.
sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You
yeah.
don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy.
Yeah.
You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch.
Yeah.
So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together
Oh
in
my
harmony
God.
and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
What's with your obsession
Don't
with
let
Time
the
Dracula?
time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels.
I'm
for
sold.
Today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
I need the game. Hey, I'm sold. I'm sold. How does one get this game? Direct YouTube link. Okay. I mean, this one is already good enough. It's already nice. How does one cheat at hopscotch? I have no idea. That's new. If you're more of a prequel solo person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the rest of the exhibit. I will. That was amazing. Now in Expo Hall 2, taste the sequel. Oh my god. It's just nothing. I don't even know anymore. That was a good video. Is your mouse a cat? Oh, it's a little gecko. Or a little lizard. I know many ways to cheat in hopscotch. I cannot say any because I'm already under surveillance for cheating in a child's game when I was in kindergarten. Damn. Cannot ask for cheating. Oh, hi Taro. It's been a while. Hi. Welcome. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing good. That's heckin' adorable. I know, it's so good. I need the gym bun again. Can I get the gym bun? Oh, there's no gym bun? Hello, Droxy. Hey. Nice to see you. Raw. Whoa. It's a tight tiki raw tiki. I do hope you're doing good. I can DM you, but Effie, I might hunt you down too. Oh god, I'm scared. Wait. Reassurance bucket? Damn, I need that. Can I get a reassurance bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I will give it a try. That scared the fuck out of
Can
me.
you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Hey, yo.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Huh?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Damn, I'm already feeling so reassured. Thanks, Bucket. I love me some cognitive dissonance while I suck of a bucket. Hey, Aka, thanks for stream. Oh, you're welcome. Anytime. I'm gonna head back home now. Oh, okay. Safe travels. I got a bucket. Had fun listening to you while doing assignments at campus. Oh, okay.
Does
Nice
anyone
nice
give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Well, now that definitely needs one. Office decorations. Yeah, I haven't been to the Infinite Hall. This is the get well someday. I give out that award and this game has it. Nice, good, yes. That's new. What is this? Can you find them? Collect them all. Collectibles. Whoa.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh my god. Can I have a taste of what the collectible is gonna look like? Kobo bucket. I have a bucket. Oh my god, that's actually so fucking scary. Damn. Hey.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Why? Is it real? Oh, that's the Infinite Hole. Basically every damn game. What's in the bucket, Kobo? Is it fire? Probably not. It's friend. Bucket is friend. Time depth. Time like infinity. Hole like infinity. Tragic. What? Opening. Rim. Depth. Depth. Infinite. Surrounding area. Whole entrance. Infinity. Surrounding area. Whole depth. More whole infinity falling. Additional use only. Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's not reassuring. It's okay, I have my bucket. It's fine. Infinite hole chart. Science more. You getting ready for some science? Science? Okay. Show me the hole. It's almost a year of simple boxing. I mean,
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I need more simple. More than a year. Hi, Roxas. So do I just jump down the hole? I mean, why not, right? It's just a hole. Hole's good. Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface? No.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
No.
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, you cannot tell me what to do. I'm a kobold. You just simp.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
I don't
To be
know.
certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole.
Ooh.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
Yeah, that's
Look,
right.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think
Stay in the hole like a good Kobo, what? You keep going in? Oh shit.
Behind us and agree to just
Kobo in
call
the
the
dirt hole?
mostly
Mm-hmm.
infinite. If that
Dirt
works for
hole.
you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just
Alright.
be up here when you're ready.
Sure.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
No, shut the fuck up.
problem
You're the
is that
problem.
You like holes too much. Not normal.
Shut the
A normal
fuck up.
person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh,
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean,
yeah.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, sure.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Yeah.
I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. And I've had enough of the hole for a... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Yeah.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
There we go. Now you're speaking my language.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive
Oh my
divot.
god.
How is this still appealing to you?
I need
I
it.
know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
Yeah.
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Yeah. My hole. My hole. I actually cannot get up. Just lift your legs, Stanley. Kobo longs for dirt hole. Hey, you know it. Look, I'm a Kobo. I love dragons, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Hey.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Yeah.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I'm pressing it.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Bye-bye,
I hope you and the
narrator.
hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Bye-bye, narrator. Can you jump? I cannot. Because this is a circle. You're right. You're a bottomless pit supervisor. But now the bottomless pit is no longer bottomless. Yeah, I actually cannot jump. I'm spamming space. Bucket! What? Whoa, let's go ho, you and me. Yo, we're going down. Let's go. You're the best ho. Change my perspective. Whoa! Whoa! Shit! It's so cool! Oh my god, this is the best hoe ever! Yo! Goddamn! Look at the texture of this thing! I came in and I heard you're the best hoe. I mean, it is the best. Texture perception. Yo, let's go. Damn. Change your reality. This is the best music ever. This is actually Kobo music, this one. This is just Kobo music. There's no way around it. Hi Tingte. If people ask you, yeah, I'll change the reality. Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! This is the best thing ever! Nah. I destroyed it. Yes, I know this, Jerry. Give me a second. I want to play with all the things. I know. Don't rush. Don't rush. I know. I see the button. Damn. Oh wait, I'm back to normal. Oh wait, I can switch it back to the door. Yes! Yes! Oh my god!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No,
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
I didn't.
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
Hell yeah, me too,
Stay
man.
alert, Stanley.
I will.
I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Yes. Yes, put me back in. Put me back. No. I'm an infinite
Here we
hole.
are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
God damn it. Okay, that was great. That was great. Oh, can I get Jim again?
Yup.
Uh-oh.
Yup.
Double.
Yup.
I can't believe it.
Yep.
I can't believe it.
Yark! Yark!
Double again?
Yip.
Yeah, Gogeta is so lucky. Hi, Gogeta. What? Up, nice. We have none. There's no gym button. I gotta be gym.
Yep, yep.
We yip. That's not yip. Was this door open before? Epilogue? No, I'm not ready. There should be more. Also, I hope you're doing good, Gogeta. We come in. Okay, we went to collectibles. That's an exit. Oh yeah, this is the... Oh, this is the infinite hall. I guess I went through everything? More hole? Oh yeah, the jump circle. Huh. I can just use up all the jumps. Damn. Every jump feels so good though. No, it's almost over. 4 is bad. It should be 3A. 1, 2, 3, 3A, 5. No. Oh, it's so thrilling though. One last jump. Oh. No, I'm gonna jump into wood. What? I cannot jump anymore. Wow, Ting J. Thank you, Ting J. 5 gift sub to Real Key Malicious Magpie. Overbold, nice. Overbold got it. Pinky got it. Ion Agenda got it. Nice. Thank you, Ting J. Dang it, I guess I cannot jump anymore. Still love that. Don't want to change it. Jump circle exit. Oh, I keep burping.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Let me go to the hole one more time. Late Xmas gifts. Ooh, thank you. I didn't get any gifts just because, you know, our family don't really celebrate Christmas. I'm just glad to be here. Kobo, I need to go, but I'm gonna stay here to Parable with you. Oh? Oh. It's okay. There'll always be fun. No, I cannot go back to the hole. This is the worst game ever. I can't believe it. I cannot go back to the hole. Well, I guess I'm leaving. Yeah, there's nothing here anymore. I'm leaving. Hmm? Oh, that's really cool. That's a really nice... Ooh, look at that. Oh, hi, Mer. Hey, man. Yip, yip. We're yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. You freaking adorable creature. You're pretty adorable too because you're a merp. Thank you. You're rolling in. I want to join the rolling as well. Can I do some manual rolling? Is that possible? Do I just do like... Does this work? No, it doesn't. Am I rolling? I don't think that counts as rolling. But I tried. I kind of tried. Come on, jumping. I'm alert. Gonna finish out some cleaning. Okay, okay. Have good luck, Tinte. Pet the adorable Merp. Yes, Merp is very adorable. Under the Kobo, this dragon loves cute Kobo. Yeah. You hacked the jump circle. I did. I'm a hacker girl. It seems that I teach you the ways of rolling. You should, yeah. Found the stash of infinite gems.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
I need the hole. Give me the hole.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Yo.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
I need the hole.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
There's 2 holes. There's the best one.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Yeah.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Oh. Multiple holes for everyone. Holes to stash all the loot in. True. And to jump in as well. It was fun jumping into the hole. I'll give shinies to all the Kobos in chat. I'll take it. It's mine. It's mine now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building
Shut the
where
fuck
he
up!
was
Oh my
employee number
God.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor.
Hit the
on his
head out and
desk,
do things, I'll
telling
be
him what
lurking.
buttons to
Okay,
push,
have a good
how
luck,
long to
Exon.
push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending,
The dragon has enough
Stanley
shinies for
relished
everyone.
every moment that the
I want it
orders
all.
came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Show me the get
And
well
then one day,
someday.
something very peculiar happened.
Yo,
Something that would forever change Stanley.
I'm
Something
playing
he would
Stanley
never quite
Parable
forget.
2.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say
The
hi.
get well someday.
Never in all his years at the company
my God.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Fucking hate
mean?
it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
That's not how balloon works, I think. I mean, I guess it kind of is. Grab your snoot share? Nuh-uh. This Kobo doesn't share. I want all the shinies. Where's my rush streak gone? What? Why? I didn't do any secret stream. Not that I know of. I didn't. Oh yeah. Thanks for that, DT.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up.
Where's
Why
the
was he
bucket?
not doing it?
Where's the bucket? Where's the... Oh!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. Yes, the bucket. I'm playing the Stanley Parable 2. This is the best game ever. I found the bucket. Anything is irrelevant to me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What if I... You know what? I'm gonna follow narrator this time. Gonna head to breakfast. Okay. Have good breakfast, Nexus. Have wonderful breakfast.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yeah.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh yeah, thanks for that too, DT.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
I would
know
never.
how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but
The
you
fuck
have
is
to be
going
strong.
on?
This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no.
It's
Getting
mine.
into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Aww.
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
What?
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
Well, I
Go
never.
on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Ow. Me and Bucket, good. Y'all suck. I'll bite your ankles.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh. Hey!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more
It's
discussion.
mine.
Take a hike, Broom Closet, with
Take a
all your
hike.
meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
It's mine. It's mine now.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Hey.
You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
That is a bucket. Do you have
You
a
know
third?
what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
You soup broom closet.
Yeah, Broom Closet is a bully. They're talking all that shit and then now just giving us a silent treatment? I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Broom Closet is sook. Is that it? Do I have to get out and then... I have the property of Stanley and the bucket sticker to ensure that what I'm holding is a bucket.
What happens if you leave and go back in?
I was about to try that. I don't think there's anything else here. I mean, not that I can see or know of. I was trying to wait for the next dialogue, but it's just nothing's happening. It usually doesn't take that long for the next dialogue to happen if it's a waiting game, because the game knows people doesn't like to wait that long for something to happen. So I don't think there's anything else here. Maybe I'll come back later.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, I'll go up. Yeah, the door just closes behind me. Attaches to... Hey! Yeah. Kobolds attached to each other. That's really nice. Whoa! It's real!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I'll take it.
You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Damn, worth. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes to the boss's suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. That says different things. It doesn't say that before. It used to say like, want to be rich, do crimes, essentially. It's locked this time. Want to make it says extreme cheating? Can't really see it. Extreme bathrooms.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Yeah.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Yeah,
It would be
bucket.
with him, always.
Always.
The bucket would. And he knew it.
I knew
The
it too.
two of them were inseparable.
Very inseparable.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number
Licks
for
your
the
beans.
keypad was
Ayo.
2845.
I just want to hold the bucket though. I'm gonna attach to Merp as well.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
No.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I tried 808, 69, 69, 3621, 0420.
2845.
I tried lots of funny numbers already. I don't know what the password is, narrator.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked
Forgot.
in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh,
and
shit.
Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, whoop-de-doo. I love that. Try Kobo. If only there's like a Kobo. What would K be? K3? Three 080. That looks like Kobo. I guess I'm going along with the story with the bow. Whoa!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another
Stanlerines?
Stanlerine under your belt.
We take those. And Stanlerines is nice. Right, we're going down. So I think this is just gonna progress as normal. But I could try another ending. I tried the escape and
The elevator
then-
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
The bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Thanks,
The
bucket.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. Thanks, bucket. I could go back up. I don't know if it's gonna trigger another ending. So I'm gonna skip that for now. Because I already
Stanley
got
and
the
the
ending.
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I tried this one. It's the crushing ending. Why skip? Oh, is it gonna be different? If flight is on, call 914 immediately. Is it gonna be different? Oh wait, I could be the war star with bucket together. You know what? Let's do it. Maybe I can be a war star with bucket.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
What?
Bucket said nothing.
What would you say the number 3? Is it actually something gonna happen to the number 3? I'm gonna spam it. I'm gonna spam until it breaks. Give me the number 3. I want number 3, number 3, number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley. who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I need more number 3. Because it's not 4. And 4 bad. Damn. 3 so good. Number 3. How about 6? Why 6 but 3? It doesn't feel the same as number 3. 3 good. Okay. Alright, going back down.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yeah. You should try it, Bucket. Bucket should definitely try it.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yeah, sure. Here, Bucket, let's go slam the number 3 again.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Oh, the cold shoulder, eh, the Bucket? Huh, can't believe it. Buckets help carry loot? Yeah, very important.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
Oh.
Only silence.
Why are you not enjoying
by a
this?
wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
No, Bucket, number 3. I'm getting getting a cold shoulder treatment by the Bucket. Fine. 3 though, Bucket. Let me show you one last time. 3. Actually, one more time. Come on, Bucket. It's 3. No. Actually, just one more time. Bucket, it's 3, Bucket. Fine. Okay, one last time. Alright, okay. I guess the Bucket doesn't want 3.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
I'm sad
He
now,
knew
Bucket.
that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend.
Yeah.
Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
So close. Always been there starting 7 minutes ago. Maybe I did show you once more, huh? Maybe just one more time. Yeah, let me show you. Oh, is there nothing else happening? Can we not go to the stardom?
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him. and why he felt so alive when pressing it.
Yeah.
Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Let's go, Bucket, you
For
and me.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
We're gonna show the Bucket how much fun slamming tree is. Slamming the number 3, not slamming trees. That sounds wrong. To stage all the trees. Let's go. Tree, tree.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over.
Oh, sorry.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Gonna slam them tree. Alright, Bucket, you and me, we're gonna go and experience slamming tree.
There was no one here.
Oh, fuck.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
No.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began slowly over many years. The two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference.
No.
There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit,
No,
only a
Bucket.
silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
No. Bucket, why? Oh, that's an actual ending. Bucket. You gave it a cold shoulder. Can't believe it. So holding the bucket leads to a different ending.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Because I thought there's gonna be some sort of plot twist where the bucket seems like, no, I actually understood you, Stanley.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's no plot twist, that's the ending. I'm sad now. Figuring Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Okay. Oh wait, the bucket is here. Oh my god, it's still the sticker!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh, you still have the sticker! You're the best, Bucket. Yeah, we're going to the right door, see what we miss.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah. We should go to employee lounge for a little bit with the bucket. Yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I love how 432 only has a pencil sharpener and no pencils or computer. the
Truly,
job.
being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
Yeah.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home.
Yeah.
Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Employee lounge. The job of sharpen pencils for without any pencils to sharpen. I think it's just like people go to 4-3-2
Stanley
with a
decided to
pencil.
just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yeah. Just some of the employees give the pencil. Or couldn't I get up? Oh, I got up. I got up. Okay.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
This one will lead to the meeting room, right? Like there's an elevator there.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Uh-oh. I never been here.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic.
Spoiler? This one? What? How is it a spoiler? Oh no. Wait, how did I even get there? These are other endings? Oh shit, I don't know. Well, I guess I cannot go back anymore. I didn't know. They don't provide context, just go, okay, yeah,
Characters from the first game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Is this supposed to be an adventure line? Oh, am I supposed to follow this line? It's on the top. Okay. It's fine. It's just amusing that there are characters from other endings that have no context for you. That sounds fine. Okay, I guess I'm following the line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line.
Look at
Who
that wacky
knows where it'll
line.
go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Hey, let's go.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable
Music.
is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh no. No. You want me to give up bucket?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
What?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I don't want to destroy a bucket.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Oh, hi, Coffee. Hello.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
No.
What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom
bucket.
closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh, good.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you. Tell
Shut
such
the fuck up.
spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
You know what? That was magnificent. If its only singular personality trait is not destroying buckets. Did I say double negative? I don't remember. Don't just destroy buckets. Okay, so I assume if I go there with the bucket, it's gonna be spoiler. So I'm gonna go there without the bucket and see what I get.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Speedrun.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Let's see what's different. I hope you're doing good coffee.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Right. Okay, I guess I can go right.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Left. It's gonna be left again. I know it's going to be.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
You asshole, let me go.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Whoa. Left. Fine. 3 stream streak? Yo. That is nice. What? But I don't want to be here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back
closing.
to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
You cannot just put me back. No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
No.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
No.
missed a memo.
No. 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 No.
When Stanley... Wait.
Oh.
Wait, what? No, no, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game. I looked
Oh,
completely
no.
fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
I didn't
did
do
you
shit.
move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm
Yeah.
the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Yeah.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Whoa, 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 doors, whoa, 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 whoa. I get to explore, oh my god. I'm lost. I'm so lost. Am I in the back rooms? I'm so
I'll
lost.
say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, no, no,
Well,
no,
I
no.
find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No, 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 I haven't done yet. Wait for my consent.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I didn't consent to restarting the game, you asshat. Oh.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
Oh,
I'm remembering
no.
this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Oh, the door's open. Huh. Any door I can open? I can interact with this one. I can interact with these two doors, this one and also this one? Yeah. They don't make noises. Also this one? Shit. Hey. Boop.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
No, I wanna go back. I wanna go back. I wanna go back. Dang it. Okay, fine. Fine, 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 fine. Okay, okay. Oh god, I'm actually... This is the back. Oh no, I'm in liminal
No,
space!
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
No, I'm in liminal space. I don't go into whatever Nia. Oh shit. That's a bit of a problem, narrator. Would you?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
Maybe?
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
I don't.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yeah!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Thanks. What did I do though?
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
That
We
feels like
both know
shit.
You didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Yeah.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay?
This
I'm
was
getting
the
weirded
in the
out by
original
whatever
game,
this place
Spaghetti
is.
13.
I don't care what might happen this
Whoa.
time. I have to restart.
Okay, okay. You just restart on your own. Oh, I know that line.
All right, I've got a solution.
Hey, actually,
This
it's Stanley
time, to make
Parable
sure we
2.
don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Very simple. I cannot do it though. 10 out of 10 character smash the adventure line. Oh, hey. What if I don't follow the adventure line? What if I... Shit, what if I don't follow? It could be another ending, right? I mean, it could be.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay, I guess not. Right, we're following the line. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play solitaire. I'm never good with solitaire. Kobo, would you smash the line? It's hard to say though, but the line's not a dragon. I want a dragon though. Can you jump on the window? I cannot jump. I used up all my jump, all 34 of them. I used up all my jump.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Destiny it is.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential
like
mental
dragon.
subjective construct?
Take
Whoa,
Kobo.
whoa. Hang on. That got a bit
I'm
weird
being taken
back
by
there.
coffee. I'll take it.
Well, I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I
Protect
think
Kobo.
what we
The
need
coffee
right
is
now
good.
is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Coffee is fine. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's some music. Oh, let's go. I cannot. Ooh. I'm trying to follow the line as much as I can. I'm following the line, I'm following the line. I'm being a good kobold, I'm following directions. I'm following directions. Ooh, zigzag, let's go. I love that. The best music in the game, probably. Annual reviews, monthly ledgers, corporate imbalances, consolidation reports, departmental accounts, financial records. Still files. I go stream, enjoy this goofy Steam mess of a game. Yeah, I will. What the fuck? What was that? Oh, okay. Have good stream, Coffee. Thanks for stopping by. Definitely would smash the line if it played me this music. Yeah, okay, I probably will. Gonna do Lucky Schmirky. It's lunchtime. Okay. Have good lunch, Merv. Chicken curry sounds really good. Have wonderful lunch.
Wait, cut the music.
Oh,
Go
no.
back and look at that fern.
Oh.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
It's my moss. I want the moss. I want to collect the moss. It's my moss. Moss is good. I want moss. I don't care about fern, but I like moss. Moss destroy my legs, but I still like moss. Moss. Okay, I got the moss, not the fern, the moss. Tick tack, tick tack. Uh-oh.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley
Line
Parable,
TM.
right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Line trademark, very important. We need to trademark the line. You can cue the music again. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Narrator, you cannot just keep restarting.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
Yeah.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Ooh,
Something
that sounds
exciting,
good.
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why
Yeah.
don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh yeah, this direction. Yeah, we're going. Well, time to move you to telephone to watch while clearing my table to start building my 752 pieces giant origami toucan. That sounds difficult because I'm usually pretty bad at those stuff, but
Now,
big
yes,
good luck
this
with that.
is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a
You
new
got
path,
this.
a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
1,000 dragons for a Kobo. Thank you very much. Now would you do that to me, narrator? Please? 10,000 dragons for me. And me alone. Yeah. It's mine. They're my dragon.
Oh, no, not you again.
No,
Stanley.
no, so sorry. No, not you, TM again. Shut the fuck up. That's so good. It's jokes like that. Jokes like that absolutely sent me. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, it's so good. Not you, TM.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's so good. Oh, shit. All right, we're following the line. TM. Jokes like this. Why I haven't saw a stream yet? Oh, are you you're supposed to be streaming? Excellent. I actually didn't know. Oops. Yeah, like an hour and a half ago. Uh-oh. But this is entertaining. You could. I mean. But we're turning. Oh, I cannot go up that line. I have a small idea, but I don't know if it's actually gonna work, and it sounds a little bit me stroking my own ego a little bit, but that's not the intention. If only there was a circle here, you could jump and follow the line, right? That's...
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Sounds good.
Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Left, 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 left. Take a screenshot of the board. Okay. There.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
Oh,
You're
shit.
telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all
Wait.
determined?
I'm not gonna do anything.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I
Schedule?
don't want to forget? My mind goes
Forget about
blank
previous
simply
restart?
because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well,
And then
who
Stanley attempts to
consulted
play a
me?
story, but it's
Why don't I
prevented.
get
I'm
to
not going anywhere or
decide?
do anything.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Uh-oh.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever
broke
it
the
is that
cycle.
made this schedule? How would we even know?
Begin following the lines.
Will someone
the
come
of
first?
the office that's we're gonna
Will something
tell
happen?
to make a story here. Need to restart the game. There's no an office, simply
So,
blank space. When the
okay.
blacklist for a bookstore, get bored and leave, then restart the game. Then he's gone
I
after
guess now we just
Oh
wait.
no!
You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the fuck? That made me fucking jump. One advice spoiler: if you follow this as an actual ending, Stanley actually dies. I'm gonna do that. I want to do that. I want to do that. Let me pull out the thing. So we are at here, right? And now we need Stanley attempts to play the story, but it's prevented. I'm never going to do anything. They can restart on its own. Wait. Find the confusing ending schedule. Okay, wait. And explore territory. Find the line again. Okay, so this is where we end up. Find the confusing ending schedule. Is this one narrator restart the game forcefully? And then 5th restart. Narrator forgets about the previous restarts. Stanley attempts to play the story, but it's prevented. I'm never going anywhere to do anything. They can restart on its own. How do I even attempt this? How do I even make the game prevent me from doing the story? Okay, how about this? I'm gonna straight out, like, how do I do that? How do I do this. This seems rather not obvious, I feel like. Like, it didn't really tell me what to do. It just, like, attempts to play the story, but it's prevented. I feel like it's part of my fault, Nixon. Sorry. Maybe if I just go. How about that? It's also stage fright. So I need to do the stage fright ending to it? But it says it's prevented.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, sorry, I understand. Welcome back, Nexus. Hope you had a heckin' wonderful breakfast. Or lunch. One of them. How would I get prevented? The door is there. Prevent myself. There has to be a way of doing it. I don't know how. Also, actually, I get the stage fright thing, Exon. I get the stage fright. I was there. When I first started streaming, it was so scary to me. It took me like half an hour to just, bracing myself to press the start streaming button. It takes time, honestly. Was this always like this before? I feel like it's different. I cannot find the awaiting input.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Let me check the wiki. Okay. I had a wonderful person in chat, which made my first stream a lot easier. Yeah, that's nice. That really helps a lot. And I kind of wish I could be there more, to be honest. Like, it's just my own thing, right? I kind of wish I could be there more. Because I do genuinely like your voice. I really do. It's the accent. I like it. I'm sorry if that's creepy, but it is true. It's how I feel. I don't dare to go. Stanley attempts to play the story but is prevented. Maybe I'm still in this cycle? What if I'm still in this cycle? I don't want to go anywhere or do anything. The game restarts on its own. Do I just do the line again? So how do I get to the line? I do the right side, go to the employees lounge, turn left, and then go down into the elevator. Eventually that leads to line trademark. Maybe I have to do that again? Because I do need to follow the line again. The wiki bears that news. Uh-oh. But I guess you could tell me how to do it. Like how to attempt to play the story but it's prevented. It has to be that way, right? It has to be me going to the line again. After restart, despite what is stated on the schedule board, the confusion ending is over and gameplay returns. Oh. I guess that's an ending on its own? Which is contradictory to the 10-year-old video about the original game. Or video, so one of them. Let me try to go to the line again. I'm just gonna try to go to the line again. If this is like a fool's errand, I'll just like begin the game again, alright? This line. There is the line though. Huh. The line wasn't there if I remember correctly. This is troublesome.
When Stanley came
Line
to
trademark,
a set of
sorry,
two
line
open doors,
trademark.
he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Let me try again.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Was it?
From here, it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No.
The game knows. The game knows.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
I tried.
Thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
This counts, right? I think. What? Bro, what the fuck, man? Isn't you don't do that shit? I thought I was onto something. You don't just crash my game. I think I actually broke it. Find identical replica of the office that has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up a story here. Narrator restarts the game. Find a bookstore, get bored and leave. Narrator restarts the game. Narrator is gone after a long time. Stanley dies. This is really... I'm so curious about an ending though. Let's see, it's 6:35. Do I do this again tomorrow? I mean, I'm definitely doing this tomorrow because it seems like there's like 10,000 things that I'm still missing that I haven't looked at yet. I mean, the game crashed, unfortunate. I played for 6 hours, oh my god. Yeah, that's a lot of things going on with this game. I am so surprised. I am so surprised. This game is fucking amazing. I bought this game for 30 something ringgit. And I think it's definitely worth the price, I think. Yeah, it's definitely worth the price. 200%. The game's great. I think I'm gonna stop here. I'll stop here for now. Tomorrow I'll do more of this lah. Tomorrow I'll do more of this, and then if I'm able to maybe finish the game, then Saturday Dragon's Dogma, Sunday Little Company maybe, and then Monday I'm probably gonna do some art. I need to do some art. Need to get back into doing art. Oh, I'm gonna go turn some wood now finally then, I suppose. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Let me go here real quick. There's one thing in my mind constantly is that I really cannot stop thinking about Tekken 8 now. I really just want to play Tekken 8 at this point. Looking at the Kuma trailer, it made me realize how much I crave for the new Tekken. I really want it. Okay, let me open up some music. I don't like Dead Silent. What was I listening to? The Dragon Lo-Fi? Dragon Lo-Fi? The Dragon, yeah, Dragon Lo-Fi. More Dragon Lo-Fi. Yeah, I didn't think the Stanley Parable is this kind of game. How do I explain this kind of game? I didn't think the skip button ending is definitely one of the most unexpected ending of all, because all I see about this game is a lot of humor, a lot of funny haha stuff. Right. So there's definitely not expected to see an ending that actually hits hard in the real life issue and just, you know, preach. Preach, narrator, preach. That is definitely unexpected. And I think by far it's the most heaviest ending I've seen in the game, at least. Let me see. I'm looking. Oh, Ixon started streaming. Ixon started streaming. There's also... Oh, there's also coffee too. I read a coffee before. Oh, Space is streaming? Oh, God. There's also Ixon. I did say I wanted to rate Ixon before. Yeah, it was very unexpected. Stanley Parable is a neat game. It's very neat. I played it for 6 hours. Safe to say that I enjoyed all 6 hours of it. 6 to 1 runtime? Sounds about right. Yeah, it's 6 to 1. I'm thinking very hard. It's time to pee. What? I really don't like that emote. I'm thinking. Never played Stanley Parable myself, but it's neat seeing people play and react to it. Yeah. But of course, if you, I mean, it's totally up to you. If you want to play yourself, yeah. I mean, I highly recommend if you want to experience it yourself. It's definitely one of my favorite games. I can see why now, yeah. What are we doing now? I'm finding a raid target. I'm ending because I want food. I want to eat. I like food. Darkened Tiger is out. Darkened Tiger, another Malaysian, right? I've seen Darkened Tiger from when I first started streaming, yeah. Yeah, looking for a Malaysian? Not really, I'm just looking at who to raid. I'm deciding between Space or Ixon. Marmor Green Critter is another Malaysian. Ooh. I have a bunch of games I want to get first. That is totally understandable. There's so many games I want to get as well. My wish list is, to put it lightly, insane. Insane. Yeah, I have 71 on my wish list. 71 games. Oh my god. I'm gonna buy the beginner's guide so that we can play. We can after finishing Stanley Parable, I can play the beginner's guide because Die Hard Dwarf seems to hold high regards of the game. So I'm kinda excited. And also, there's one more game as well. Something Liberty? If I type Liberty, it's gonna come out. Liberty. Can be worse than your wish list? I don't know. GTA Liberty City? No, it's something Liberty. Oh, it's Presentable Liberty. I found it. Wait, this is coming soon. In the midst of the pandemic, you are imprisoned and alone in a cell. You cannot escape the cell. All you can hear day in and day out is the ticking of the clock in your cell. You may still receive letters, but you cannot reply to them. Presentable Liberty. Presentable. There's only remake, but the remake is not here. It says coming soon. Is there a way to get the game? Question mark? Where's the original version? I have 329 games on your wish list. It's ridiculous. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. 329. That's a lot. I wonder how many of the wishlist games involve in dragons. Oh, there's a lot of discount right now. Holy shit, it's insane. Oh, there's so many games only like cost like 10 something. Oh my god. Ooh, I might spend some money. I might spend some money. There's a few games I want to buy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Ooh, the long drive is also on discount. Shit, I should do this off stream. Okay, wait. It's Presentable Liberty, but it's not on Steam, probably. It's probably around HIO, I think. While you're eating, I was thinking of eating eggs. I'm probably just gonna go get some. There was a local eatery here that serves really good curry braised pork rice. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get that one. I throw games on there that piques my interest and don't want to lose again. I'll do clean that at some point. That's fair. Alright, I found the target. You know what? I'm gonna raid Exon. Let's raid Exon. I'll find a chance to raid Space next time if I can. Because I did say I want to raid Exon last time, so now I'll stick with that. Lunch successfully consumed, but it was no chicken curry. No! What happened to the chicken curry? It's sad Kobo noises without chicken curry. Let me snooze the ad real quick. No ads on the end of stream, alright. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll do more Stanley Parable. More Stanley Parable. Dragon Race sounds like a good game. It's like an arcade. I have it on wishlist, yes. It's an arcade destroy the town kind of game, it looks like. Looks kinda cute too. Yeah, it's now 12 ringgit. I looked at it. Oh my god, I added the game on 2021. It was a misunderstanding. It was just chicken and rice. Oh, no curry, but chicken and rice still sounds pretty okay, I would say. But curry. Okay, let me plug my things real quick, alright? I'm just gonna start with my coffee. Hey Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh! Cheesecake, you were in Space's stream! I spied that you were at Space stream. You bully. I'm everywhere? Okay, true. You are? You are everywhere? Okay, time to cook. Nice. Also, what's it again? Shit. I'm in your walls right now. That sounds good. I mean, a cheesecake in my walls? I can eat them. I have a Discord. Well, I don't know what I said. Cheesecake. I don't know. Okay, maybe I deserve that. That's my Discord. I take Kobo to my den. I've been taken by coffee though. Oh, although coffee is busy. Sure. Rate Chinese. Yeah. Rate Chinese. You're gonna rate Exon's Chinese. And also I have my socials. My Bird, YouTube, and Blue Sky. Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty much it lah. Forgot the socials need to happen first. Probably. I think that the three things that I always plug can go with like all different 要哪一个先开始都可以。I don't know how to say it in English. Anyway, yeah, thank you. That's the rate message. Of course, if you want to use your own emote, feel free. Just have fun. But preferably not use too much. Not use more than 4 emotes. That'll be nice. Okay lah. Let me type in the rate to Ixen real quick. Ixen fire. Oh yeah, Ixen is doing wood turning. It's the first time I've seen someone do wood turning, honestly. Looks kinda cool. Okay, I type in the rate to Ixen. So tomorrow I'll do a Stanley Parable lah. So before the raid, Bongo is best. I'll take it. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Also, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Here comes the raid to Ixen. We're gonna raid to under the Trucken. We're raiding to Trucken. Add snoozed. Oh, I'm gonna go get food. I'm getting a little hungry. You have egg? No, I don't. At least not right now. Maybe I need to buy more eggs. Yeah, last time I checked my fridge, we're out of eggs. Maybe they bought it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe my family bought it. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. Big appreciate. Get beans. Showing beans is me showing my appreciation. Cannot lay egg. What, you want me to lay? What? No, I don't wanna. Gonna see you guys tomorrow. I'll just wait for the timer to go down. Take care, everyone. Take care. Smooches. Bye bye.